As we are once again alive upon the internet. Ooh, just making sure that I actually am. As checking that that's set to public and as a bitrate, that as a bitrate. And my audio is looking fine. Let's jump in. Actually, yeah, let's just jump in there. Already, I should delete that. I'm gonna also already start prepping a folder. So we're gonna do some recording things.
Safe area entered.
0609. Spec. So yeah, we're gonna record. At least that's my intention. Gonna record the follow-up video of the I have already something at the ready there. So I'm preparing the files for it. Just getting a thumbnail in there. Also, I should totally go and get from here link to the build collection. You guys can't see that all, but preparing the text file for the description. And yeah, having the folder ready there. Let's I have so many tabs open. Let's make sure first that these work. Because yeah, if I go into a build, let's just grab. Okay. Yeah, so this one works for this one. Okay. That's good to double check. And what I might do actually is already. So I should do that. Let's prep a few. As the premise of this video is going to be me just talking about and then showing in game maybe as well. Well, likely mostly just with the build collection open. Maybe I should set. Maybe an idea. Yeah, let's maybe set that. Then what I need as well is. Should have maybe done this preparation beforehand. But that's the kind of things that you realize once you. Was it why are people moaning in my ear? Shut up, humans. Because yes, although actually these are already tied to some things. Where are they? So let's delete this one. Let's delete that one. Okay. Because yeah, I can do this, and then this, and then this. There we go. Just need to also unbind those from Discord as I use. So I'm gonna attempt to use the foot pedal here, because then I can just do this, this, and this, because we'll be slightly swapping over a bit from in-game to the collection and back. Let me, before I just forget, already unbind that from, because I end up not using that for mute in here anyway. Just a few times I need to, I just do it in there. There we go. Leave that there for later, maybe. And yeah, we can go back here. And either Wild Weasel. As yeah, let's maybe prep this already. Recording some footage for YouTube. For YouTube video. So make those pinned messages. I'm just gonna put them in both chats. Just pin them. And hey, Omni. Pin that one and pin that one. Then actually, yeah. Looking for a place to do the intro already as well. I think I just want to do it at, thinking of just doing it here. Actually, how does this visually look? At the specialization part here.
Combat simulation program active.
Doesn't need anything flashy or such.
Hostile control point nearby.
Sure, we might even just start in here. That might be a thing. Kind of video, the companion piece to the specialization thing. So I'm just gonna go through the build collection and kind of discuss why some builds gravitate towards some specializations and why some builds don't care at all. Just to, yeah, basically have a baseline for everybody. But then also, yeah, so in here, let's already open that. A striker. Should just open them all first and then arrange it. Actually, to the point that I'm gonna. Oh wait, I can. Does that work? That works. So that's that one. I'm just opening them with control so they go into different tab. So really, a right control doesn't do that? Or what is even happening? God damn it. I have to click it first and then control that. Okay. First of the combat medics. And yeah, as well. So we'll start with character 1. Sure, what I should do. Yeah, let's do it like this. I'm gonna already open all of the pictures because then I can kind of make some pics, because actually, yeah, because this one already has that already. Yeah. Make some better choices. Yeah. Healer. Because for instance, for the eclipse, I want it to be very much like the third one. So it's the so it's the good one. None of these it matters. We'll take the Heartbreaker or the Striker tech tank as the tech tank. I will likely go per character, just doing each a segment. Nope, nope, nope. And here we talk about the clips. Talk about red feature there as well. And some G's. And that one. So negotiator. I should even have foam eclipse as the one. The triple tick build as well. Oh yeah, so tech tanks. Yeah. Okay. So Bungie builds at the ready. And a Tennyson. And a Salt as well. Yeah, let's maybe just do the intro. Okay. You know what? That works. How much time till daybreak? Okay, like a few minutes. Yeah, let's wait for daybreak because this is gonna look better with some light on it. But then in the meantime, I'm gonna go in here. So let's already prep what I'm gonna say about each one because yeah, as a rambling talk, not much preparation. I mean, I kind of know what I want to say, but also not that much. Let's actually start with that one. So yeah, so Striker doesn't care about whatever it is. I should put in an Oreo Striker maybe as well. So if we take 3 point something. Actually, now I see as well that actually this one could use an upgrade-ish kind of thing. Because if we take Firewall, oh yeah, you'll have to, because this definitely needs this as well. Actually, could take out maybe Sharpshooter. Ah, well, nah, all of them works. Then what I would want to do actually is put this on 4 as well. Yeah. Just have it here. Let's put these side by side and then just maybe I'll just actually have this as wait, what was the order shoot? Oh, survivalist. Ah, we'll do it with this. There we go. Because the firewall was on this one, but not on the other. What is character 5's one then? Oh, it's a F2000 based one, right? Yeah, so that one doesn't matter. So yeah, Striker just doesn't care. Does care. Does care. Really cares. Really cares. Should maybe grab the Striker combat medic. Yeah, let's do that just to separate it out because we have like a bunch. So I'm gonna go in order of the build collection. So yeah, Striker combat medic. But it's like in between these. Yeah. And yeah, this being an LMG build. Kind of tagging it with that. Headhunter build, that doesn't really care. That one does care. And so actually, this one cares. This one cares. This one has a few options. Sure what I should do with this one. Well, let's maybe do that. Where do we have a... So if we take these two... Just put them like that. So maybe I should do the same for... I don't know, we'll leave it like this. The other one is already with survivalist and it's already kind of tagged as the raid healer. Yeah, this one cares and then this one really cares. So a lot of technician happening, isn't there? Not again, maybe not as much. Yeah. Sharpshooter or something. I'm gonna replace this with that same style. Just gonna take this one instead. Because actually, it's specifically this also having the scope. One thing you can do is also go sharpshooter and just have that better scope. And also have the stability. And also go rifles for even more headshot damage. Yeah, that's just to talk about foam eclipses and that they're gonna do better with that. This one can have a few options. This one can have a few options and is interesting. And then yeah, we end with the death tank. Okay. We'll go character per character just because I'll also jump into the in-game ones. Is it daytime yet? It is daytime yet. Actually, you know what? I like that. I like that scene. So I should bring that up with the moon in the background. So yeah, let's just hit record. Actually, let's make sure the folder is ready to actually receive. That's also a thing sometimes. Actually, can I jump around with this now then? Yeah. So actually, let's have the build collection there. Let's hit record right quick. As what was my name again? Yeah. Yeah, let's just go. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, we're going to have the companion piece to the specialization in-depth guide, which is to go through the build collection as we'll go piecemeal per character and have a talk about why some specializations get chosen for certain builds, as sometimes it does matter, often it actually doesn't, or there are a few options. And just to discuss them, because I feel this way as well has some value, as we can go through and discuss why sometimes some of the specializations just basically regurgitating their yeah. I don't like this one. Let's go back here. Let's hit record. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to ramble on for a little bit about specializations and which builds fit them, as this is a companion piece to the specialization in-depth guide. So if you haven't watched that one yet, well worth a watch, as although this will be also a standalone video by itself. As we're going to go through the build collection, and I'm going to basically discuss why some builds are kind of tied to certain specializations and why a lot of builds actually aren't tied to any specialization, and you can kind of freely pick. I feel discussing it this way as well has some value, as where we basically got taught the theory in the in-depth guide. Here we're going to just put it into practice, and by just seeing different variants and some of the choices that others make, you can maybe start to get a better grasp and choose the right specializations at the right moments. So everything in here will be timestamped, as well as we'll go through the build collection in the order of characters, because that for me makes the more sense instead of like grouping them together. So we'll go through character 1, 2, 3, and 4. I've selected already some of the builds I want to talk about. And yeah, we're just going to go one by one, and I'm just going to give a basic brief ideology behind why a certain specialization got chosen, or why it's basically meaningless to talk about specialization with some of the builds. So yeah, let's hop in. I like that one better. That one was better. Let's delete the other one. It's already actually opened up a VLC. It was a pretty long intro, but it's fine. I have this open. And this one. Yeah, so do I have a better way? Wish I had a... Wait, is it... What is Firefox's command to go one tab to the right? Although actually I would need to still select it, so it doesn't really help that much. I just need to pay attention to OBS. That's the actual answer, isn't it? Because yeah, I need to like swap over and swap back and such. But actually, we should be on this scene for most of it, so it's that one and that one. Okay. Oh yeah, for the first one, we're gonna go to the bigger one. Okay, yeah. Yeah, let's just try right and see where we land. Didn't have the game full screened, and actually that meant that there was a little black bar actually, but I'm fine with that. Yeah, let's get it going. And that's it. So I've already pre-thought through what my feet are gonna do there. Foot switches, they're amazing. Yeah. And to start off with, just a brief explanation for the build collection itself, for those that haven't seen any of the other videos about it. Yes, I have this build collection thing. It will be, of course, linked down below as well. You can go through it. It is all the builds that I have on my characters. So it is going from 1 to having 1.01 to 1.16, as that is also the layout, of course, in the game. I have character 1, and then I have the 16 loadouts, and they're basically 1-to-1 with the build collection. So there's a Sharpshooter Aces on slot 1 here. There's a Sharpshooter Aces as 1.01. And yeah, we're going to go in the order of the build collection. Well, that may not make the most sense. It also takes us through just a jumbled mess of all the builds, although I've made a selection as well. So starting off, we're going to discuss our this build here, strikers, chest strikers. Although this is basically an amalgamation of just all of the AR strikers. If we go to its build picture, then we have yeah, just chest strikers. Although of course in the game I had it with a grouper mask. I just usually save builds like that without the exotics in them. I carry the exotics around anyway, so I have a FAMAS in there as well. If I want Elmo, I can grab an Elmo. If I want that FAMAS, I can grab that FAMAS. But to talk about the thing in that we're talking about today is the specializations. So yeah, with this one, as you see highlighted up here as well, I have, for instance, their gunner, or I have a survivalist firewall. I was just reading out the word there, which, yeah, let's let's not have that be in there. That makes me look super dumb already. I already look super dumb. I don't need the extra help there. Let's try that again. And yeah, this time I'm not gonna read the word that is there because that's something that I get away with a lot, because generally I'm looking at a thing and then I can just read the word. But there, the word was gunner, where, you know, that I have firewall equipped. So yeah, don't just read the word. Yeah, let's try that again. That one's all, yeah. I'm also not too bad with, but also it just looks messy in the video if I just leave that in. Just to so let's try again. That's why we have takes, right? We do takes. Yeah. Let's it's sitting weird because of this. Let's sit right. And to start off with, for those that don't know the build collection, I have a build collection. It is linked down below as well, so if you're interested in it, you can go have a look. It is basically all of the builds that I have on my first and second account of value, as it is the first 4 characters of, or the 4 characters of my first account, and just the main character of my second account. Third account isn't on here because also basically just copies of the rest of them. And yeah, it is just build pictures of builds that I have in the game, and yeah, they are, as they are numbered here, 1 point, and then for instance 2 point. The number on this side of the dot, on the left side of the dot, is the character number, and then on the right it goes from 0.1 to 16, and that should give away that, yeah, it is the loadout slots in the game as they are. As for instance here, in here I have as the build we'll be discussing 1.02. If we go to 1.02, in here we have a striker. And yeah, let's start off discussing that one right away as well. As yeah, this is a chest striker with Elmo. This is more just to represent all of the AR variants of striker. Because of course you can go obliterate chest or you can go striker chest. For instance, here it's with the striker chest. And as you can see there, as well as my specialization, I have firewall. This one, for instance, doesn't really matter which specialization you really take with it. That's also why the overlaid on it is gunner, survivalist, demolitionist, and sharpshooter. I would say those 4 are actually the preferred ones for this. Firewall, actually not so much. As you also can see from in-game, I, for instance, have gunner equipped as my specialization there. As with most red builds, most pure red builds that aren't really caring about certain skills or such, there is really no preference there. If they are mid-range or long-range, firewall kind of tapers off in effectiveness. If they are close range, then firewall is a lot more effective, as we'll see, for instance, with an Oreo striker much later. And yeah, they don't really care. Even here, I've left out technician, but technician would also be a choice just for its skill tier. Now, of course, gunner, for instance, gives us much higher personal output with its rate of fire on kill and such, and especially solo, where you're getting all of the kills. That works really well. Survivalist here would even still be a good option for its flame grenades, for the ability to break armor plates quite easily. Even the bonus to allies, if you, for instance, shoot weak points quite a bit, if you are one of my peoples, basically, and do shoot them a lot, you do actually apply a lot of status effects on the enemy. Whether gunner, the group buff of 5 detox is pretty powerful. Survivalist has, to me, basically an equally powerful one. Together with you having the ability to just make strong enemies, just even as a red build, you toss a fire grenade at them, they're going to be on fire, outside of a few, of course. And that gives you, that gives your team a pretty big team buff. That's also what I would say here is actually that Survivalist and Demo especially have really good team buffs. Gunner has a really good personal buff. So if you're solo, Gunner works really well. In groups, I'd gravitate towards Demolitionist especially. Survivalist is also pretty good. Sharpshooter is even good as well. While the group buff is pretty bad, the stability buff that it has is pretty good. And yeah, that's kind of holds true for most of the red builds. That's why also, while we'll be just taking this as a general red build, it doesn't really care what its specialization is. Because even here, Technician would work. If you're especially using a shield, you get a one more tier on it. You could take one blue and Technician, have that. You can then also go with a flatline weapon, which gives a pretty good buff by itself, being one of the stronger talents available. So you have a bunch of options with red builds. They really don't care what specialization they are. That's also why generally I don't really talk about specializations when we're talking about red builds. Now let's move on to a build that really does care about its specialization. This is an explosive build. This is the Sacrifice variant. There's also an Empress variant. Both of them really care that they have Demo. Demo works really well with them. None of the other specializations really have the bonuses that you would have for this one. So even Technician, that extra skill tier, really isn't worth it in here over the other benefits of Demolitionist. And in this case, it's not even just the extra explosive damage, it is also the mortar. The mortar is really the best skill for explosive builds. You can pair it with other things, as we have here, with Seekers, with Stickies, with Shrapnel Traps or Stinger Hive. But the mortar is really, it's the big boy. It's the thing that makes this build work. And because of that, we need Demo, as that is, of course, the skill from Demolitionist. This here, then, for instance, becomes a build that really is tied to a single specialization. Let's move on to 1.06, which is a third drone, somewhat hybridy, although pretty core. It is just an third drone hybrid, glass combined arms variant with a bunch of crit chance, crit damage in here. This is also what I would recommend for a skill build, for third drone specific skill build. If you're only using the third end drone, you really don't need skill haste. This build, even without any of the skill haste that people like just slather on here, because generally people just go skill damage, skill haste, and then skill haste mods on top. Taking this turret to 9 point something seconds. Instead, we have 17 seconds. Well, that is a doubling. That is not going to make the difference. I feel you're much better off getting a high amount of crit chance and crit damage. The capacitor also helps with that, having 10 crit chance, 30 crit damage. It bumps it up quite a bit. You can make an effective fighting build with this. Here, glass, of course, could be, for instance, replaced with the kinetic momentum. Here, the glass is here because it also applies to the weapon. But then, Technician really makes it's the best choice for this. We can get a skill tier from it. This will be a repeating thing, especially with a lot of skill builds that aren't status effect based, but are just damage based out of a turret and drone. That Technician's ability to have a +1 skill tier lets us have one more red core, for instance, here. What you could do as well, of course, is you have blue versions of this. You would go a blue core and try to armor regen, and generally with a memento. Both of those just benefit a lot from Technician. And then Technician, you can, of course, spec it into having a little bit more skill damage. Generally, none of the other specializations for most of the third drones and third drone hybrids, it just won't work out. So for this, again, it is kind of tied into Technician. Also, for instance, for its Faraday field effect, letting you have, if you're fighting Black Dust and they have Warhounds, you would lose, especially just the drone. You're still going to lose that one, but at least the turret stays up when jammers are active and they just Faraday themselves. They can Faraday you as well alongside of them. And yeah, that makes quite a difference. If we now move on to 1.07, in this case, the Negotiator third drone hybrid. And yeah, with the hybrids, there is definitely no discussion about Technician. generally all of the hybrids that are based around turret and drone, and even actually I would say, for instance, as we'll see at the end, tech tanks, there in the name, it's already tech is in there. That's the technician specialization. But any of the turret drone hybrids just benefit way too much from technician to pick really anything else. You get to have one more red core. Now, for instance, here, I'm even using that extra red core for a memento, for instance, here. Although you can also, or a coyote here. Although, of course, you can also go a memento and have and then not per se need technician, but still then technician is the best choice. Generally as well, the capacitor lets you recoup. If you're going capacitor already, you kind of need a build that has over three yellow cores generally to make the capacitor the most effective choice. Because I see the capacitor kind of pop up in builds that have 1 or 2 yellow cores. To me, that doesn't make sense at all. And you have to really effectively be using those yellow cores. So yeah, here we see that, of course, with the turret drone hybrid, it has 6 together with technician. And yeah, then technician is kind of locked in. You don't really get to pick anything else here. And that's the case for me personally for all of the turret drone hybrids. So the striker variant, the ongoing directive variant, and even the headhunter variant. I'm going to be sticking with having technician on them. Then we go to one specialized, basically red build. This is a glass red, one of my last remaining glass reds in the build collection. And this one I've tied up specifically with being LMGs. Now, both of the LMGs types are in here because there are 2 types. There is the pouch ones, which is basically the MG5s, the M60s, the M249s, Negev, Stoner, GR9. Then we also have the mag ones, which is the L86 and the RPK. The mag ones, of course, don't really need this pouch from Gunner. The LMG ones really can benefit from it. And especially here, the MG5, the non-infantry MG5, fits in pretty well with Gunner in this layout, or with red glass in this layout, with contractors and Fox's Prayer, because actually it lands on 54 crit chance, because it has that 1 crit chance less, but it actually has, especially now with the plus 20% to its base, it actually has pretty good compensation for that loss of a mod slot. So because of that, and me needing a pouch for it in this case, yeah, Gunner kind of locks it in. That pouch from Gunner is the reason to pick it here. Now, of course, if I went with the RPK, then that isn't the case. But neither the RPK nor the L86 has a variant which has only 3 mods and enough compensation in its base weapon damage. So this is actually working out pretty well. Both of these are set to rate of fire as a third stat, and the MG5 in this case is landing on 54. So if I'm at mid-range, I can use this one. If I'm at short range and have the only the crit damage bonus, then I'm much better off with this RPK, which is at 59 because there's 1/5 crit chance more. So this kind of setup is actually pretty good outside of strikers, where we kind of live with ACS in that second slot. But when you go with other red builds, you don't need to. And then, yeah, for instance, here, Gunner is actually with this red build, this specific red build is kind of a lock-in for that. Even in group setups, I would take that. Let's move on to 1.10. This is a Headhunter setup. Now, with Headhunters, especially with this one, the Hunter's Fury, I'm going to be a pretty close range. Firewall can be a really good pick, especially for its shield. Now, of course, that striker shield is just a separate multiplier to your damage output, especially if you have multiple enemies spawning in front of you, which with this build isn't uncommon because this is really a farming build, and especially, for instance, with territory controls, or with propagandas, or with hostage rescues, or public executions. With some places you can spawn camp them, of course, and then this shield, it is per enemy. So if you have 4 enemies in front of you, you could have as much as 44% extra damage on that shot. That makes Firewall a really good pick. But that's really not the only pick here. So one of the other layouts that you can go with this is having Douglas and Harding chest with Headhunter, and then instead of the Douglas and Harding being here, you put a Memento here. In that setup, you're going for a much stronger shield. What you can do then as well you can still then go with the Striker Shield. You can have then the 2-core Striker Shield. You could also go to Technician and then grab a 3-tier Bulwark Shield. Because you're mostly using the Regulus. The shotguns are there and you can definitely use them, but the Regulus is the main tool of this build. And yeah, that can really make a difference with a 3-tier shield. Those two really fit in really well here. For instance, here, this being a Headhunter build, Sharpshooter, I wouldn't really pick it, although Sharpshooter would give you, for instance, here, even an option of having the weapon of it, the specialization weapon, the TAC 50. That is you have these two are really short range. Even the Regulus isn't that effective at beyond mid range. Beyond 20-25 meters, it starts losing effectiveness, and also, of course, your gear is set up to be under 15 meters. But sometimes you just need to reach out and touch someone, and a TAC 50 can do that. So yeah, in this one, for instance, it becomes Firewall, especially Technician as a secondary choice with some options, especially going Memento and then the Bulwark, and then yeah, Sharpshooter if you just want the weapon. Then you can also have, for instance, the Recon Drone from that, which can be really handy, especially with a build like this that is really aggressive, knowing where everything is, where everyone is, and if you're, for instance, out in the streets, which, you know, for a farming build like this one, if you're getting basically a patrol walking in on you, you can really easily see that with a recon drone. But I wouldn't say per se that this is for this one. We'll see a high-end variant where that fits in much better. Let's go to the last one from Character 1. And this is an PFE build. This one's set up for regen and then group buffs. This is one that I like running for countdowns especially. And as a setup for PFE, Survivalist, of course, really fits in well, but we'll see also later on a different choice in Firewall. But for Firewall, for me personally, you really need to have multiple 13s in there, which isn't the case here, of course. Here I have them actually all with 12s. This build is set up with all 12s. And that lands us at, in this case, it would land us on 72. We have 6 12s. If you have all 13s, you can land on 78, and then you really don't need Survivalists at that point because it caps at 80, of course. But in this case, taking 72 to 80 to the cap is beneficial. That extra 8%, I'm not going to really have any other options that really compete well with it. We could, of course, have, for instance, Technician to have maybe one less blue, but also I'm using my blues for my talents, so it's not a big loss. And even here, I am applying status effects to enemies, and even the poison, the disorient, the shock, all of them will help bonus our allies with Survivalist. So yeah, let's move on to Character 2. That was a lot of talking. I mean, it's a rambling talk, right? I'm gonna ramble. How long was that? That was 16 minutes. But yeah, that was also like the longer one because there was a lot to explain there. Let me jump back here as some questions coming in. One drops new mask in D2. If you're talking about the things, that's I think just on their stream likely tomorrow. So yeah, that's not today. That's on the 10th, so tomorrow, right? Yes, and that's likely just on their stream. I don't know if they set it up with that everybody gets it, because I was thinking of restreaming it, but I'm not sure if they're doing that, so I might not. Or you then need to have like both streams open. With the numbers one. With the numbers one? What do you? Yeah, and yeah, thanks for poking insult. And yeah, you're likely long gone already, but yeah, enjoy your day. Followed one of your guides to make a strike build, and I'm melting enemies. Well, glad you liked it, and yeah, I always love those things. Yeah, that has worked out for you. As that's what I'm making for. So yeah, glad you enjoy it, and yeah, once you because that's always the thing with builds. Once you have one kind of going, you can use that one to kind of farm for other stuff, because there's a lot of other effective builds also in the game that you can, especially in group settings. Eclipse can be a really fun playstyle. Having a tech tank can be really handy for solo and such. So, do you prefer improvised gear sets to brand sets? Do you mean for PFE? It's gear sets. Wait, improvise or the improvised gear sets is. You mean with like improvised with gear sets? I have both variants. So, for instance, we'll be discussing. So yeah, this one was this one. This is much more of a like a high end with regen and stuff. But later on, we'll also have striker variant and stuff. I prefer them different things for different places. So I really like the striker one, for instance, in countdown and such, and then I really like the high ends, especially for rogue fights and such. Just because the striker doesn't have the survivability of the high ends, especially the adrenaline rush high ends. They're so strong. they're really strong. Because this one you kind of have to baby sometimes, as if you get kind of caught up in too many enemies, it doesn't work out. And against rogues as well. I've actually moved this to be 4 blue cores now. I added in a blue core somewhere, just to have the ability to tank a little bit more against rogues and stuff, because I found this one. I should actually change that on the build picture as well. But I actually have now a glove, which is like I have this glove, which is part of my main set, so I can even like swap it out if I want to. Let me get you. If you complete one DLC with new agent, how many SHD will you get from 22k? In my case, if I could do it, I would get you get minus 800 basically. So you can always just calculate it from that. So I would get 21k 836. Yeah. quick maths. But while worth it, as you say there, I don't have the option. I have all 4 character slots filled in as well, actually. Go and swap characters here. Not that I, in the end, actually ended up going back to the character much, but just in case I want to show something in game. But yeah, I have all 4 character slots filled in with characters that I'm not likely to delete and recycle. So on this account, I don't do watch alts. On my other accounts, I do. My second account is like 6k something. So
Entering safe area.
Actually, how much is it even? Okay, I'm 6.9k there. So there I would get 6,107. And on that one, I do have like watch alts. Like all of these are, there is one character which is a world tier 5, and then there is a few watch alts. And they look it as well. But yeah, on this account, basically none of these characters is under 1,000 hours. Like I'm not, this is the lowest character with 1,300 hours. I'm not going to delete the character that's 1,300 hours. That I've, even if I could even store their builds in the stash or something and recycle them and stuff. I spend my watch points quite a lot. Having a little bit of history in RTSs and stuff, just spending resources is not something I'm averse to. So, but yeah, generally It is recommended to keep a slot for a Woni run, or even hardcore, having it for a hardcore character. But I've had my characters for like way long. So.
Combat simulation program active.
And on this account, I get by. I'm getting enough points to do all the things I want with builds just by
Friendly control point detected.
spending them smartly. And I have the playtime, of course. Yeah, let's go back here. Let's get ready for the second set of ones. Let's go. Yeah. Yeah, let's go. Although actually, let's give it a little drink. Yeah, let's go. And here we are with character number 2. And yeah, we're going to start off with their first build here, which is 2.01 on the build collection. As that is this hotshot, as I have it there. And yeah, hotshot being a shooting, a sniping build, really benefits from sharpshooter. So here's one place where sharpshooter really fits in well. It has the bonuses, of course, for stability. It has its bonuses for headshot for these. But also even when you are in cover, this is actually really the reason that hotshot keeps its ammo up so much. You're both getting reloads from the void, as long as you're especially keeping it going with determined and stuff. But also in the meantime, while you are in cover, you're also building up ammo just from the specialization. Then as well, one of the best tools for hotshot is this recon drone. You really want to have the revive, of course, just you get to have one extra mistake basically. But yeah, the recon drone is super powerful for a build like this. And that makes, yeah, sharpshooter really the pick for any sniping build. So I have this really on aces, on this, on generally most of the red style of these. But then, of course, the third drone hybrids that I have with both hotshot and high ends, as was the latest build showcase, those then being third drone hybrids, technician then kind of wins out. But here for sharpshooters, for sniping builds, yeah, this is an invaluable tool. And also just the weapon itself. Just having this to one-tap enemies to start off with, for instance, can be really strong, of course. Especially if you're not running determined, when we don't care what is getting the first headshot, because here with determined, you would want it to be the weapon with determined, but especially if you're not running that, you don't really care which weapon is really hitting that. And the TAC 50 can hit much harder than generally all the other weapons, except on names, of course. Let's move on to 2.03, and on 2.03 we see another specialized red build. This is a rifle especially based setup, and here I'm running it for especially rifles. Flatline works really well. Spotter also really works really well, because of course obliterate and glass are well, obliterate, you can't really stack it. Glass is a really good pick, but of course glass has its downsides. For rifles, this works out pretty well as well. And also for rifles, this is a really good talent, being flatline being a really good talent. And technician is generally the really only acceptable way that you can keep this going. You can, of course, have the recon drone, but the recon drone doesn't always pulse. You can pulse yourself, but that doesn't have perfect uptime. Or you need to, for instance, run a Night Watcher, and yeah, Coyote pretty strong. And yeah, of course, yeah, as we have there, the sacrifice is an option, but this also kind of works out well for losing a little bit of crit chance with weapons that, for instance, here, I really like the Mark 17, but the Mark 17 comes with 3 mods. Generally, that would land on 59. Here, by losing one of the mods for the Link Laser Pointer, we're dropping to 54. And I'm going to be using this mostly at the mid-range and long range of the Coyote. Not so much at the short range, unless I'm getting rushed by something. Like, I'm going to be keeping a little bit more distance. And yeah, spotter is generally worth it for rifle builds over obliterate. Nowadays, although I would say for, especially if you're running ARs, do consider just putting obliterate here. Obliterate is now, especially with its 10-second duration, it doesn't fall away as often. It is actually, to me, a little bit too big of a buff to it. But yeah, spotter still has a place, but mostly just for rifles. Let's move on to 2.04. This is an FI build, just general use FI build. You may see here that demo is equipped, and also, yeah, demo and survivalist. I have these as options, and even technician here as an option. All three are really options for this. Survivalist is a general pick. Survivalist, of course, has a bunch of buffs to healing, outgoing healing. You can even use the Rolly if you want to. The Rolly healer, not the greatest tool, but it is actually, you can just drop it and it just goes around and heals people. Especially with the amount of healing that you have here, it actually heals pretty well. And we have, of course, also in these, we generally run the setup. With the setup being a blue core, that already, for instance, just having technician as an option there, just for that is an option. Because then you don't need the best variant of it. Although they are craftable now, you can get the blueprints from control points, and you will, if you have all the blueprints, you will have that one. You can go, but still, it might be handy just as an easy fix, because you then only need either the skill haste or repair skills on it. You can put the other stat on there. You can keep the blue core and go technician. And technician isn't the worst either. You can also spec towards having the repair on there. Also, what you can do that for as well is to have your hive be Faraday. So this is actually one of the strategies for instance, in incursion, you either have the healer be demo or technician. For technician, it's for the Faraday effect, so you don't get shocked at all. And yeah, there is, of course, one of the main bosses at the end, that skinny little beep that shocks everybody. You can just prevent that by being technician. Demo is the other pick, and demo is the reason for demo is the 5D talk. You applying 5D talk to all of your allies for all of the red builds. So none of them needs to run demo, and then just the healer runs it. And then also the healer is protected from one of the explosions, meaning generally it's getting hit by one of the splashes of the mortars at the end, which can be very deadly. Keeping the healer alive, meaning if the healer dies, the team wipes. If you lose a red, you can still sometimes, if you lose a red build, you can still recover it sometimes. And then, yeah, survivalist. And then what this makes it is that, yeah, you either go technician or demo, especially for the incursions. You can also go demo, for instance, in 4-man groups, just because you don't need that extra healing per se in 4-man groups. But then in raids, where you basically have one job. You have one job and you might as well do it the best you can. Survivalist then becomes the choice, because you're better off healing way too much and making sure that, you know, nobody can blame you for the wipes. And then, yeah, survivalist becomes the pick there. Let's move on to 2.07, the aptly named Oxymoron in the build collection. And Oxybuild. Here you can, really the best pick is Technician. Well, you could go for some other ones, especially if you're trying to provide group buffs. Technician just having that damage bonus, and also providing you the access to the Technician Hive, the Artificer. The Artificer buffs your chem whenever you pull it out. You don't even need to deploy this in the same way that, for instance, tech tanks use it for the shields. Just having this, pulling the Oxy out, will just have a buff go towards it. And here we're really putting all of our damage into just one skill. While we do have a lot of skill damage and some other options, and especially going the Costa route, you just have Empress, and then you are really focusing on the Oxy, so you don't really need another damaging skill. The Oxy is doing most of the work. And as well, we're using here Fox's Prayer. So Contractors applies to most of the skills outside of the ballistic ones, so not the turrets, so not the sniper turret, the assault turret, or the striker drone. Outside of that, this the Contractors applies to all, and the Fox's Prayer applies to Oxy, and also often forgotten, the Demolisher Firefly. But that one is that one isn't that important. But here, this build is then, because of these two pieces, is very much set up for that. Technician also allows us to have a little bit of an easier time to have one more yellow core. Although here, actually, I'm record the core still, but so I do have the option if I wanted to recore it back to yellow. But this allows you to just have a contractors with a red core or a Fox's Prayer with just a red core, making for much easier farming. And yeah, technicians bonuses work really well. Also, you can Faraday yourself with the hive or others as well, which sometimes is a thing to care about, because yeah, you can just plop this on the ground, prevent yourself from being disrupted and not being able to use your other skills. Let's move on to 2.10, which is the combat medic, the striker combat medic, though. Here, it's being kind of the same as with the third drone hybrids. Technician is really the only pick. Technicians allows you to have one more red core, making also for easier pieces. So for instance, here I'm using a Cheska chest here with Overwatch, so this one's dedicated to it. But I can also just use my Obliterate chest from just Striker, from some of the other builds. And just having that ability makes it so much easier. That doesn't help you with having the other pieces needing to be... damage numbers, so you can record them, of course. But yeah, it saves you at least one core. And here as well, again, capacitor really fits in well. With technician, we're also not even losing that much. And this build, just because of that extra tier, and because also we are going for damage, and the capacitor really works very well for that, technician really becomes the only pick here, because any other pick we would need to lose a red core here. We're recouping anyway 7.5 from the 15. Basically, we're having, whenever we go yellow core with the capacitor, we're just basically, instead of losing the full red core, we're going 7.5. So we're keeping quite a bit. And yeah, with again, most of these hybrids, technician just makes the most sense, especially for that extra skill tier. And then again as well, on top of that, we have the Faraday, we have all of the other benefits. And yeah, if you spec it into healing as well, you can get a little bit of extra healing out of it. Let's go to the last one on this character, which is, as we looked earlier at an high-end base PFE, and where we discussed that, yeah, we picked Survivalist for the extra PFE, but we could go some other choices if you had 13s in there. Here, with all of the gear sets based PFEs, what happens is that you have one piece less, because you need the 4-piece. You then lose one of the slots where you would put the improvised piece for that mod slot. So you do lose one slot worth of PFE, meaning that this lands on 60. This is 5 times 12 in this case, with 12s in it. 60 is, to me, too low for PFE to be worth it. To me, PFE really starts to become worth it at generally 70, I would say. 66, 2/3 of the way there. Because you're getting a reduction on basically every incoming hit, it actually is really noticeable if you're dropping down in PFE. So in this case, I'm definitely going Survivalist, because we're taking that 60, we're taking that to 70. And Survivalist, having that PFE bonus, really works out well there. It's really only for that, because it's not helping with many of the other in other ways. We will still get, you know, flame grenades, which can CC for us. We can provide the group buff, but here it's definitely the pick because of that PFE. Let's move on to character number 3, where we'll discuss a few more builds. Thought there was one more there. Yeah. You know what? We've done it for the other two. Let's do it again here for character number 3. Should keep all of these tabs open so I can link to them directly. So this one, actually, how long was that? Because that still felt long. 12 minutes, right? That's fine though, because it's less and less build as we go on forward. Yeah, let's go character 3. Stay in place. I really should get. There is a plop cap for this one that is just slide on for these 214s, man. I'm cheap and I already had this one, so sticking to it. Let's go to the same spot. I feel just consistency might be nice. So 3.02, 3.05. So another striker, but Oreo.
Simulation program.
Ratify. Hunter's Fury. And a really aggressive PFE. Okay. 5 builds, so much shorter.
Hostile control point identified.
What is the first one we're really discussing for her? Okay. Yeah. So there. Okay. Yeah. Let's get it going. Yeah. As we are indeed now on character number 3. And yeah, the same basis applies here. We're gonna start off with 3.02 there as selected there. 3.02 is strikers, but now with Oreo. Completely different, completely the same, but completely different. And really what this adds in is that we have the ability to go firewall here as well. Now, firewall will fit in really well with Oreo because, well, that shield is really going to be in range, the striker shield. And on top of that, we also are applying a group buff to our allies. Firewall with Oreo actually in this layout with the Cheska on top of it, as we aren't really expecting anything else except the short range buff in the incursions. That means that generally we would run 1 Coyote, 2 people would be running Firewall to have overlapping Firewall buffs. On top of that, then the others can do any of the combinations of either Grupo or Cheska, or having contractors with Cheska, but then you need 1 more mod, or actually, yeah, Bloody Knuckles as being one of the top picks. Generally, 1 person is running this build, and then 2 other people are running the Bloody Knuckles variant of this. And yeah, 2 people are running Firewall just to have the overlapping Firewall buff. That is really strong for incursion. And yeah, here the others, while they still have effective bonuses, Firewall just lines up so well. The second you go really close range, shotguns, SMGs, all of those kind of builds, as we'll see repeating here over and over again actually with this character, as we'll move on to 3.05, although actually in between. And this is Eclipse. Eclipse, as often gets brought up, I generally run my Eclipses with Survivalists, and I often get asked why Survivalist. Survivalist is for the group buffs. Here, of course, I'm basically giving a constant 10% to all my allies. If I'm doing it right, that 10% is basically always up. They're either bleeding or on fire. And generally as well, I don't run Eclipse solo. Well, I can understand running it solo, especially if you're running challenging 5 directives. I generally run heroic 5 directives, not being that much into farming, more being into the challenge of it. I don't run Eclipse solo, but if you are running Eclipse solo, then yeah, Firewall makes a lot of sense because you don't need those group buffs of this, while the crossbow is still nice for having it for breaking armor plates. If you're fighting the right factions, you don't see much armor plates, basically, not fighting Black Tusk. The flame grenades are nice, but yeah, you can do the same with the chem if you're doing it right, especially if you're just farming on challenging and you're doing territory controls and stuff and you know where they're spawning. Then yeah, Firewall's plus 20% burn duration is pretty strong, and you're mostly then picking it for that. In this case, for group play, a Survivalist is to me the big pick. I generally always have this on. Also, in 4-man, the armor plates are actually scaled up a little bit, so they don't instantly die. So you can actually use the crossbow to break those off. You have the bonuses. Also, flame grenades as a way of applying sledge quite consistently is really strong. The other pick that we sometimes see popping up here or even here instead of the electric is to go China Light. I would never recommend that. While the vial does scale with the tick, and we'll actually even see a build where I do have Demolitionist there as an option to scale the vial ticks up. While it does scale with explosive damage, which you could get either from Demolitionist or China Light here on the glove, what I feel a lot of people, and we'll go into game for that for a second, have missed is if you actually read the thing, it says total damage dealt is equal to 50% of your concussion grenade damage. And usually people just stop there. This used to also be the old text for it because it did get changed. And increased by your status effect attributes. It goes up by your status effect as well. Not as much as China Light would do in this case, but also China Light is barely ahead. You're gaining a little bit on your vial ticks. You're losing a lot on your fire. Your fire and your bleed are really important tools to me on a build like that. Demo does not belong here. While Demo then does apply 5 detox to your allies and can be a pretty big bonus, especially nowadays with strikers and such. They aren't running Fox's Prayer, for instance, so it's not as heavily diminished as back in the day when most people were running it both on their weapon and on their Fox's Prayer. Now it's just usually on the weapon, so that 5% becomes 4 point something percent. It's still not really worth it because this is giving 10%. It is a separate multiplier to everything else, being a full 10%. Yeah, Demo, this is mostly just for me to rant that don't put Demo here. Just don't. Let's move on to 3.10, where we have Redify, one of the buffing builds. Redify is really cool, and yeah, Redify being a somewhat of a hybrid, that extra skill tier can be really nice here. Firstly, as well, I run this a lot in Countdown. You have a disruption happening there. We can use the Faraday with the Hive, and I generally consistently can make this work on Extraction. We huddle up most of the team basically around the Hive, giving everybody Faraday, and then we have one person kind of pushing in to trigger the spawn of the hunters, which then disrupts generally everybody. But instead of that, this just doesn't. And of course, I can just use it as well to make sure I don't get, at the very least, even if I'm not in a coordinated team, I can make sure I don't get disrupted, so I can still heal people. And here also, yeah, that extra skill tier adds to my skills quite a bit, making them not completely effective because, yeah, this is very much a red build that just has some healing skills on it. But yeah, you can still eke out a little bit more. And here, it being 2 skill tiers, Capacitor isn't actually the pick here still. The Elmo does outcompete it. The burst of the Capacitor is actually higher at this point with 2 skill tiers, but its sustain is so much lower. On top of that, you also don't have the weapon handling of an Elmo. So yeah, so the Capacitor here is still not a pick. That really starts at 3 skill tiers, I feel. Let's move on to the next one on this character, which is Hunter's Fury. We discussed it already a little bit. Short range builds, especially here being with the Oreo or with the Banshee. We're going to be under 15 meters for the buff of Hunter's Fury. We want Firewall, basically, at that point. The shield is one of the biggest damage bonuses here. This is also my reason that, for instance, on a shotgun build, I don't think, as a lot of people, for instance, the new skill coming in, or the new talent coming in, it isn't that big of a buff, and people go, why not just go instead of Firewall, go Technician and go Flatline here. The shield is the reason. This shield is very powerful. That 10%, you can consistently make it happen. You could go, I prefer having 2 blues in there for the shield. You can go full red as well and just burn out damage. Firewall overlaps so very well with this because also, for instance, it has the mechanic of whenever you armor break, it sets enemies within 5 meters on fire, that can save your life quite often, on top of having the disorient from here. Also, actually, the reduction, of course, having been made to the healing, 100% healing that Hunter's Fury used to have. You still have 80% with Firewall and Hunter's Fury together, so that helps out quite a bit. Actually, you do notice it, because if you're especially hitting health kit, you're just pulling yourself quite a bit up, because that is still 80% of like 300-ish K, 363K as I'm cheating and looking into the game. And yeah, that is a decent amount. And yeah, firewalls, especially for that shield. Here, I wouldn't generally pick anything else except maybe Gunner. Gunner is the only one that could compete here. This is a build that gets run solo quite a bit. You could even have one-piece Palisade in here. So having both the buff or the armor on kill from Hunter's Fury, then having Palisade and having Gunner on top of each other is actually pretty nice. And then what you would use as your skill, you can still use a shield, but actually the Banshee Pulse is also a really good tool, especially short range, because you don't have to charge it up as much to just get yourself safe. Let's go move on to the last one from this character, which is 3.14. And here we see, as we discussed with the other PFE builds, if you go 13s, and yeah, on this one, I'll do a humble brag here of these are all 13s, and this is also all 13s in game. This is the build I'm using my all 13s on. This is very much set up for a lot of extra damage. It is crit damage plus headshot. Not the best choice. Generally, we don't want to stack those, because even here I'm stacking 5 headshot stats. When I'm headshotting, I'm doing about 20% more damage. And so yeah, we have 50% worth of headshot doing 20% more on headshots. And that's of course on headshots. But then this build can kind of push up close. I want to push up close as well, having Adrenaline Rush Intimidate. And then, of course, as well, the Firewall Shield lines up really well with that. And especially, of course, in a group setting as well. I'm giving, if I'm in that 10 meters range, which I really want to be as well for the Oreo to make that effective, then the Firewall buff 10% to all my allies, to enemies within 10 meters of me, that is active. All of those synergize really well with a build like this. But again, I really only really feel comfortable doing this once you have a bunch of 13s, because all of these 13s together are 78. That is against the 72 you would have with 12s. Already having a few, maybe already at 75%, I would be comfortable going to Firewall. You would need 13% for that. But yeah, at 78, I wouldn't actually gain much from Survivalist. Of course, I would only gain 2% at that point. That's no longer worth it. So yeah, this is the point where, for instance, and yeah, together with the Oreo being very short range, all my talents also being set up for short range, and then the Striker Shield coming in as extra bonus damage on top of everything. Yeah, this makes the point where Firewall over Survivalist becomes the pick for me. Let's go on to character number 4 for the last few builds we'll be discussing today. And yeah, let's go to character 4. How long was that one? 11 minutes. So yeah, we're on target for like 45 minutes, which is also, it's a little long. How long is it altogether so far? Oh, I may have misunderestimated. We're already at 43 minutes, so likely we're going for the 50-minute mark. Yeah, I'm kind of rambling, because I'm also discussing a bunch of things that aren't specialization based, but that might make it actually interesting. Extra interesting. Yeah, let's grab character number 4. So which ones do we have here? Negotiator, Foam Eclipse, head under in the other way.
Entering safe area.
And then yeah, Heartbreaker technique. Okay. Hey, Zelby. Well, do I have bad news for you? Because yeah, I have two more on this character, right? They're over here, yeah. So even this character has another two. It's all the ones I have, right? This one isn't. Yeah, because I have 8 total on this account. But yeah, it's a good humble brag. Streamer loot, yep. I mean, yeah, you just have to do just as a launch argument. You just have to put dash dash
program active.
streamer, and then yeah, you get streamer luck active at that point. Although I have to say, I've spent like likely a combined 500 hours maybe farming specifically for like going summits and going, you know, farming like a whole day of just 10 hours or something of hitting DUA over and over again with the groups and stuff. Yeah. Maybe 500 is a bit too much. Although actually maybe not. Maybe not even. Maybe not even too much. Well, yeah. Played a lot of this game. Yeah. Although actually, funnily, my third account, we got one at around like 600. So that's like the only one that I have. I think I have also 2 on second account. I think, right? Pretty sure I have 2. Yeah, I've seen one. Oh yeah, that kind of holds up. Improvised gear sets. Yeah, extra muscle left, you could load up extra damage and so on. Yes, but though the builds I was showing there earlier, that was very much a PFE build. Generally as well, there isn't really a place anymore for improvised. High ends, you could sneak them into some of the high ends. So for instance, the Gen 3 kind of high ends. Stuff like this one. Like 4.03 here, for instance, if I bring it up. Like this is one of the few places where you can make effective use of an improvised piece with crit damage. It doesn't fit in most places. But yeah, the place they have really a home is stuff like this, where you're just stacking up on PFE, because there is no better way really than that. You need the mod slots for now. Yeah, let's go to that one. Let's grab here. Let's have her be in her loaded. We're gonna be discussing actually, let's not put it on that one. Let's put it on Foam Eclipse maybe. Yeah. And yeah, let's start talking about these ones. The last set, because yeah, we're not going to go to account 2. They're mostly repeat builds. Yeah, let's go. And here we've arrived at character number 4. We'll start by discussing 4.01, which is a negotiator, here shown as being with focus and a Cheska backpack, so not with the extra. And it's very much the old style for going for legendaries, just as a oddity, just to show it as well. Here, actually, the way I save some of these builds, as sometimes people go like, wait, that's saved with 5 pieces. Also, yeah, it's not with the focus chest. I can grab the focus chest when I want it. I've it set up as a general obliterate here. Why do I have 5 pieces? I have 5 pieces because I can load the build and then I can go, I want a coyote mask. Or I can go, I want a memento backpack, or I want to have a vigilance backpack plugged into here. And that way, or even having contractors, if I want to main the LMG, It gives me the options, all of those options, because of course, yeah, she, for instance, also has a contractors that comes from just other builds on her loadouts. So yeah, that's why sometimes some of my loadouts are saved like this. They never get run like that. Although I say never, I sometimes forget. But yeah, just to show that oddity and talk about that, because yeah, that's kind of also what I would recommend doing. As there's also even a video on my channel that you can go look at on how to save loadouts. As yeah, sometimes it is handy to have 5 pieces there, and then you just plop in whatever you want to have as your extra piece. But yeah, let's go back to Negotiator. Negotiator being a red build, we basically have the same thing as Strikers. It can be whatever you want it to be. It depends kind of course, on your weapon as well. Firewall, I would really only say is effective with shorter range weapons or shorter range engagements. Sometimes you have that if you're, for instance, running Lincoln or something. You can make it very short range. This being somewhat set up in the old style for doing legendaries with some shield peeking and stuff. Yeah, I would pick some of the others. Here even as well, Technician could be a choice for that extra skill tier. For the shield, you can even then on top of that run having Future Perfect, which is one of the tactics that was used a lot for legendaries. Extra power to your shield, basically, at that point. Making Technician even a pick here. Sharpshooter even is a pick here too as a replacement for the 8x scope. I like that scope much better, even though it zooms in a little bit more, of course, but sacrifice for a much better sight picture and a little bit more headshot damage as well. So this being a full-blooded red build, it can really go any of the 6. I would especially, yeah, go Gunner, Survivalist, Demo, or Sharpshooter. For their benefits here. There isn't really anything tying this down, and that's the case for most red builds. Let's move on to 4.05, an Eclipse. In here, we have the Foam Eclipse. With going Foam Eclipse, we're now really going into status effects. We're not dealing that much damage. Firewall would make no sense here. We don't even have a Vial. Demo would make no sense here. Yeah, Survivalist all the way. Both for having a really handy way of sledging with the fire grenades, and of course on top of that, the bonus damage you give to your allies. Then you also have the crossbow to deal with the heavies and with warhounds, as you can blow off their armor plates. Even on legendary that works. Outside of the bosses, you can basically one crossbow to any piece of armor. Plates will pop it off. So if you hit it heavy in the chest, which is usually the much more important, the difficult part of this, just hitting them actually in the chest and not hitting their arms and stuff as they're waving them around. Yeah, it will pop it off. All of those together makes for things like this. Here it is basically non-negotiable. At this point, it is, because this is also not killing for itself. This is very much a group build. Survivalist now becomes the top pick. Even Technician, which you could take maybe here to have a blue core courier or something, just doesn't compete well. Well, you do get the EMP grenades, which can be very nice, as they also will give you that status effect. So you can then, instead of taking the EMP sticky or having a jammer pulse there, you can do it with EMP grenades. It just that extra bonus damage to your team, because you will be running this in a team, having all of them basically do 10% more. Is invaluable here. You wouldn't get the same with Technician. You could also then, for instance, have Faraday in some ways, but there are no good skills that you have to Faraday with. You could go Stinger Hive or something, or maybe even Healing Hive. Then I could maybe more see it, but yeah, Survivalist is just too good really here. Let's move on to 4.09, which is a high-end sharpshooter. Now, we are not locking ourselves, like with the Hunter's Fury, into short range. We're not locking ourselves into mid and long range as we do basically with Hot Shot. This one actually, while I have Survivalist here equipped, a Firewall could also be a pick here again for that shield, because we are using a Regulus pretty consistently. The Sharpshooter is really nice. What I actually like running is having a Bulwark Shield, and then together with a Recon Drone, just giving up the Revive Hive. I can live without it. That's maybe an oxymoron, living without your Revive Hive. I mean, I usually die without it because it wasn't there to revive me. And yeah, having maining multiple weapons, sharpshooter can be really nice just for the stability of it. You can also go technician for that extra tier to your shield here again. So yeah, for instance, for this one, sharpshooter, technician, firewall, all three make sense, and in different situations, I would make different choices here. Let's move on to a weirder one, and here just for talking about demo as well, for instance, for the Val. This is the one place that I would say, for instance, with the Val, you can go demo, because we're not just using it in the, where I really titrated against it in Eclipse, where it isn't fitting into any of the other things of the build. Here, we can actually use demo for its mitigation, for its explosion, having the grenade launcher as a pretty powerful tool to deal with waves pretty quickly. It is still, to me, the lesser choice. I would definitely pick Survivalist or Gunner here first. We're applying a lot of status effects. If we're running this in a group setting, Survivalist makes a lot of sense. Also, flame grenades are really handy for getting the ongoing going. Gunner as well, though, actually with a Banshee Pulse, because yeah, Banshee Pulse is really the easiest way to really get this consistently going and keeping it going. Demo doesn't really have those tools, but yeah, it does take a little bit more on the Val for yourself. So the Demolitionist, we're going from 89, which is ticking twice a second, to 98, ticking twice a second. So we're doing 10k more damage per second. It's still not really worth it for the Val ticks. The reason this is in here is because Demolitionist does have good buffs for the group. It has good buffs for yourself. Having a glass as well. Glass and demo actually work really well together. One of the more dangerous things to a glass build is actually explosions. Being able to mitigate one per minute, 1 per second would be a little bit overkill. 1 per minute is actually a really good thing. One airburst isn't taking you to your health gauge. You're just not even caring about it. So yeah, that for that more than for the Valtics, because yeah, as we see here, this is the difference in Valtics. Going from for instance, Survivalist or Gunner to Demolitionist, it's meaningless on a build that is doing millions of DPS per second. Adding in 10k or well 20k as it's ticking twice. Yeah, those are the level of numbers that we're talking about. Let's go on to the last one we'll be discussing here. And yeah, of course, my beloved tech tanks have to show up at some point, right? And as the name implies, tech tank, technician tank. And the tech part of it is especially for the Artificer. The Artificer is core to this. It applies a healing to the shield, even equipped, just not deployed, of course, as we've discussed often here about tech tanks. And technician, of course, as well, giving one extra skill tier, so I don't need to take 5 blues basically to have a 6-tier shield with 4 blues and then 1 yellow from the Memento. And then technician, we have 6 skill tiers there. We have 2 skill tiers on the Artificer. That helps a lot with the Artificer as well, taking it from like 33%, I think, with a fully charged Memento to 43% with 2 skill tiers. That is quite a noticeable difference. And yeah, this is what makes actually tech tanks possible, because yeah, it is basically an active tank. This Artificer, being the skill that you get from technician, is core to it. So with all of the tech tanks, technician is basically non-negotiable here. Going anything else, because you could go Gunner. I often see somewhat similar builds to this, but then they have 1 more blue core, or they are keeping it at this and then going Gunner or stuff like that. I don't see that as being worth it at all. And especially, of course, here with the Heartbreaker tech tank, which is running Kingbreaker with it, it's invaluable for having Flatline here as well. Yeah, so that all together makes it that this technician, yeah, them being called tech tanks should get away. That, yeah, it is invaluable to it. So yeah, we've discussed a ton of builds. We've gone through a lot of it. I've rambled about a lot of stuff. Let's go take this to a conclusion. Yeah, let's do a conclusion piece, and then we're out of here. And likely what I'm going to go do after is do a bunch of descents. Because I actually want to... So character 1, of course, has all of their... what was the last one in length? 10 minutes as well. Okay. That's fine, though. So we're on 53 minutes. A little longer than I wanted, but also we talked about more builds. And hey there, Drew Luck, and happy Sunday to you as well. As yeah, for a second there, I was recording some stuff. So anything good on the map today? Not particularly, from what I saw. But that also kind of depends on, of course, what you're looking for. There's backpacks there. There is holsters here for exotic farming. Not many of the a lot of weapon types on missions, which you would rather have them on the open world. Check New York as well. Actually, I only shotguns and pistols for getting some exotics maybe. But yeah, not a really good map today. But luckily we have, of course, other places we can go for those kind of things. Yeah, let's... I'll just put it like this. Oh, that works. Oh, wait, actually. Why not like this? And no, that doesn't work. Then yeah, the sun's about to go, so let's just quickly do this one. Yeah, let me stay in that scene. Yeah. Yeah. And to conclude this long, rambly video, I hope you found parts of it at least interesting, as I went into a lot more than just the specialization in the end I found. But yeah, show me a few good builds and I can ramble about them for forever. Yeah, as we discussed on a lot of builds, a lot of red builds, for instance, are really agnostic to what specialization they run. Situationally, you can run quite a bit. Together with that as well, as we didn't really go into it in here as we were discussing singular builds, but also group composition matters. If you can have a demo and a survivalist instead of having two demos, for instance, in the group, that can already help a lot, because yeah, the group buffs, of course, are kind of overlapping with other people. Although, of course, sometimes we do choose to go, for instance, double firewall in incursion settings so that they overlap with each other and give, like, the one is giving the buff to the other and the other is giving the buff back to the other person. There are, reasons to go overlapping sometimes and other times not. It is very context sensitive. And then, some builds are very much built around a certain skill that you need the specialization for. Some of the certain specializations fit really well with certain build styles, like turn hybrids, like tech tanks, like combat medics, for instance, as well. All of those fit really well with the extra skill tier. They're builds that benefit a lot from it, and some of them are running, for instance, capacitor as well on top of that, meaning that they benefit quite a bit from having technician. And they don't lose out as much damage in comparison to other picks that you could go with as well. So we've ended up talking about specializations a lot now with both the in-depth guide and if you haven't seen that one yet, I would recommend that as well. So it's much more the theory here. We were just discussing more the practice of it. In the future, I'm going to go back and do another for no particular reason, as a lot of things have been popping up lately, especially about in-game texts, which I want to discuss. And for that as well, on the Discord, I'll be actually making a post. For those that know which texts are wrong in the game for talents and sometimes the in-game tooltips and stuff, if you're willing to help out, I'll put in a bunch of the ones that I remember, but likely I'll be missing a few. And if you could add on to that, I would much appreciate it. And also, if you enjoyed this video, if you're willing and can do all of the algorithm things down below, that would be much appreciated as always, of course. And also, as always, have a good night. Yeah. 2 minutes something. Yay. Yes. All done. Yay. Putting it all together in that folder. Let's go back to that away. Don't need to pedal away anymore. Let's go back here. Yeah. And yeah, let's just get going into some descents. I don't know if anybody is interested in maybe joining me. If they still need to do your descent weekly. Mostly want to see if we get more than one comm still. Last week, of course, if you didn't have all of the comms, you got like a big, like just bleh. Just bleh. Here, have some comms.
Area detected.
I should have
Control point nearby.
I should have the global event turned on. I haven't played these characters at all. I did finish up all of the challenges, and yeah, that got me 87 stars so far, so we have a decent amount. Could just warp there, but I'm just gonna run there for a second. I saw it was greed. I know greed isn't wrath, but I forget always what greed had. This is the opportunistic one, right? With breed free.
Facility detected.
Yeah, fine. As I entered by accident.
Shade tech
Gonna
prohibited. Access
leave
denied.
here. Yeah, I'm only going for, well, multiple nemesises in a row, basically. And I'm gonna leave here, actually. But yeah, actually, I said I'll be there as well. Yeah, if you want to join, because if you want as well, I can jump into comms here. I don't know if you have the Discord.
Facility detected. Combat simulation
Otherwise,
program active.
there is this Discord. Because yeah, I'll jump in the voice there as well. And yeah, if you want some training, basically, we can go for that. And yeah, worries. I'm indeed going to Nemesis, and I'm likely going to do that for the other two characters of this as well. And also, the reason I actually jumped out, because the thing I want to check is how many I have at the moment. And actually, we're going to make a note of that. Where is it? The send. Okay, so 29. It's me. Let me write this down. 29. Oh, and hey guys.
Is this where the party's at?
Hey, yeah. How you guys doing?
Yeah.
Not all at once.
You put out as you started to speak, that's why.
Yeah. But yeah, if you guys are up for some descending, feel free to join up on me. I'm on my main account, so you guys should have.
It's got to be more fun than ascending the summit again.
Yeah, we're going down this time.
I don't have you on my friends list yet.
Okay. Well, actually, let's maybe add you.
Yeah, you had me, right? I saw my name there.
Oh yeah, actually, I do have you. Wait, is it not showing me? Did they change? Oh, actually, yes. I'm gonna guess maybe
yeah,
the
I
servers
blue
are.
screened, yes. Or I delta'd.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm guessing also maybe the servers have some issues. Also, yeah, I was
Yeah.
playing.
I had a look and it wasn't showing you either.
Huh. Wait, is it just to check? Is it doing it now? Because there was an update to. Oh well, maybe not like a few seconds. There was an update to.
Another agent is now in your group.
Does it show me now, something or not?
Yeah.
That's
I
not
can
showing
see
you.
it now.
Okay. But it wasn't showing me earlier, right?
No.
Because I was set to offline. Normally that still shows you in game in Division 2. Maybe they've changed that. That would be cool. You can hide away from people.
It's like this ICQ invisible mode, or what was it?
Yeah. Because I always have my set to just offline or like show offline just for. But then usually in the game, like in Div 2, it still shows like it showed me so.
Yeah.
But then
And
likely they've
Friendly,
changed
yeah,
it.
well,
Was that so?
so it shows that you're hiding.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's just not showing you.
Okay, I'll just.
That works.
Another agent has joined your group.
Yeah, I'll wait for it to be loaded because sometimes this breaks if we try to go in before.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Off we go. Also, yeah, what was the talent pool? Yeah. Guys, have you done this, Voorhees? Or?
Not on PC, no.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
Entered.
But yeah, you know the mechanics, kind of.
Yeah.
'Cause, yeah,
I do.
I'll do some.
Shade tech prohibited. Access.
Because
denied.
you haven't done it much then, so yeah, I'm guessing from
Deactivating
one
shade
go.
protocols. Entering combat simulation program.
I'm just waiting for that
Combat
envy
simulation program.
week
Activated.
or days.
Yeah, same here. But yeah, it's just to get to Nemesis. So one of the things with it, Selby, is the skills that we pick, the Nemesis will have the same skills as us. So here you get to pick weapon and a skill on this one. And then on all the other ones, you get to pick either a weapon or a skill. We want to fill in our skills with things that they copy that aren't that annoying. And that's especially the chems and the stickies. You can also take fireflies just for all of the fireflies turn into blinder fireflies.
So what you're saying is don't go for any of the stickies that it's just offered me.
No, the stickies are good.
Oh, right, that's fine.
So yeah, the stickies and the chems are good, especially if you get foam. Foam is really good against them as well, and also doesn't murder us outright. But for instance, here I have like incinerator turret. If I pick that, they get an incinerator turret, and yeah. But also, for instance, I have revive hive here, but revive hive turns into healing hive or stinger hive for them. I'm still gonna pick it because it's at least useful for our end, and I'm gonna try to. If I don't get anything better than that, I'll
So
stick
you
with
would
it.
go burst firefly then, if you got that.
For instance, yeah. Preferably the stickies and stuff because yeah, for instance, EMP sticky also works well against them. Foam works really well against them. But you can even make like fire sticky work and stuff because you can just fire it at them and just get them to come out of cover. A burster as the or any of the fireflies just turns into blinder. Not deadly, but yeah, especially don't want like Oxy or sniper turret or something like that. And yeah, we're gonna pick lowest difficulty for everything,
Enter new location.
and lowest difficulty has the highest Nemesis gain. So if we get the right picks, we'll get Nemesis after loop 4, which is like the fastest.
Constructing hostile.
On the first
combatant.
loop, only 2 doors are marked, so we have 3 people, 2 doors, so we'll have to share a door. And everything spawned on 1 door anyway. On loop 2 and forward, we'll have 3 doors in and out. So we'll have each our own door. And then you just want to look around and just like, if you see somebody on a door already, then you just go
Console
find your own.
available.
And then talent-wise, you really want to pick stuff that isn't on kill. So we're setting up for fighting the nemesis, especially. So stuff like Optimus, stuff like Rifleman, stuff like that works a lot better than on kill stuff. Because, you know.
In the open world, if you see Vigilant, take it, I assume.
Yeah, Vigilance is in here also good, but it's actually not a top pick in here, just because of the percentages. How the percentages
Room
work.
selected. Difficulty rating easy.
But it is still, yeah, one of the talents you can pick. And then what you really want as well, if you see Trauma, the blind
Instructing
talent.
hostile combatant.
And here we just want to actually go set up on the doors. So yeah, we just go close to the door and just each grab one. Oh well, we have two only here. But later on we'll have three. But yeah, Trauma is, although actually Trauma isn't in this rotation.
That's
Yeah,
it.
I should check in a second. Yeah, generally you would pick Trauma, and on the yellows as well, there's the status effect ones. Those are mostly good as well, just because they also give pretty good damage buffs, and then
Console
they're
online.
really good CCs, just pencils. Just to check out the talent pool for a second, actually. Because yeah, this one doesn't have any of the traumas and stuff right now. So yeah, for yellows, you can pick stuff like if you go shotguns with opportunistic, but otherwise having maybe, if you get it optimized or something, it's okay. But you really just want to go all in on damage, basically. And you can take a preservation or two. Preservation is a good healing skill here. I'm actually going to take opportunistic and see if I get a shotgun or a marksman rifle just to put it on them. But we just mostly want to stack rats in it. Lowest difficulty.
This one, I assume?
No.
Or does it just not matter as long as it's
New location.
one bar?
Difficulty
Yeah,
rating
exactly.
easy.
Well, the three colors around it,
Hostile
those are
instructing.
the talents that you will
Hostile
get. So
spawn
the
from
first three
highlighted
picks,
doors.
I'm going to guess, yeah, you're not having done, you don't have the fourth pick unlocked, right?
There's an option for a fourth pick.
Yeah, so there is some permanent upgrades you can buy. One of them is that you get a fourth pick with these. The initial three picks, so this room was like red, blue, yellow. So it will have a red talent, it will have blue talent. But we're going for mostly reds if we see like an all red
Supply station
one over,
available.
over, you know, all yellow one or something. And you have the option to re-roll if you really don't get any good picks. But you don't want to do that too much because it costs currency. But yeah, the mode is
Would you
gonna...
not recommend buying ammo?
Not really. You should be okay getting... So what you want is just an AR, an SMG, or AR LMG kind of things. And
Yeah.
Entering new
like
room.
you should get
Difficulty
to...
rating.
Especially in group setting. What you can do is... But you might replace your
Hostile
pistol is the thing
construction
sometimes.
initiated.
What you can do is get... both doors on this side. Flame rounds work pretty good. Stagger rounds too. But you don't want to buy it this early because you might replace the weapon. Not sure.
Console active.
Because mostly you want to save your credits. Because you can do a reroll here and there if you have to. But mostly you want to save your credits to buy slots. Which we'll get to do after, like in that initial room. So here we'll have a boss room. And then we'll go back to the initial room. And then yeah, it's always 4 rooms and then boss and then 4 rooms boss.
Room selected.
Actually, I'll
Difficulty
wait
rating.
back here. You
High
guys go
value target.
in. You let me know. Any of the doors on the left or right marked?
I don't know if it's the furthest one on the back.
Okay, so none of the
So
close ones, right?
left door.
Yeah, far left.
red.
Far left.
Okay. If you guys go find the other one as well, it won't start basically till I come in. So what we usually do is this. So we find all the doors.
Yeah, and then right as well.
Okay, so yeah. You guys set up each one of those. It's only going to be 2 doors marked here, so.
Yep.
So yeah, if you guys set up on, and I'll go in the middle, kind of. Is it the mid-right one there?
Hostiles constructing.
Yeah.
Or is it,
Hostile
okay.
spawn from
Because on the
highlighted
right side here,
doors.
there's like a close right, mid-right, and a far right. It's all set up on this side of this and all that. We'll only have 2 waves here. What a wave!
What?
So much a wave as a ripple.
Yeah, I'm gonna go help on the other side. You
Whoa,
guys
whoa,
see it?
whoa, whoa,
Yeah,
whoa.
don't get overrun too
An
much.
agent needs assistance.
My burster did nothing.
Yeah, Burster isn't, like, you don't want to really use it.
Okay.
You need enemies to be close to each other. I'm just gonna... Actually...
Oh,
Actually, I have a reroll. Let's just do this. Just want to get him up before we fight. Just trying to find a way. And then, yeah, boss spawns with this one. So once you have your door clear over there, so we come up with the boss. This first boss is always the worst one. Like, he's awfully skilled. Oh, I forgot there's no window there. It's right there. Also, if you have your fire stick, if you can use that, because that will CC him for quite a bit. But yeah, this first boss is like this. Especially with group scaling. It's just like unloading for a while, and then all the other bosses are like super easy. And then after the first loop, we get an exotic pick here.
Yeah.
So what you really want to pick is something damage-wise. So in this rotation, especially agonizing is really good, and breathe free is really good. The others are okay. Guess I'm picking glass.
I had glass, but then when he said agonizing was good, I was like, ah,
Yeah,
suppose I'll
agonizing
go for that.
is really good. So once you have agonizing, so this is the thing with the scent. So now you have a thing that gives you a lot of, and yeah, here just pick reds mostly. You can pick yellows as well, if you have foam especially, because you get extra charges of foam or fire. For Nemesis runs. Like for deeper runs, you want to kind of have 6 skill tiers. But yeah, agonizing, for instance, here, you now have something that gives you crit chance. So stuff like, is obliterate in here? No. Actually, not much is crit chance based. Actually, nothing is crit chance based. Wow. But yeah, for instance, you can also take clutch and stuff, but that's more for like if you go deep. We're gonna go for Nemesis here, which is, hey, I got a foam. Definitely taking foam. And then you want to buy a slot here, and especially red slots. On this vendor. Like this vendor sells slots and sells ammo increases and medpack increases. For Nemesis, you especially want to have your red slots kind of filled out so you can have a bunch of different talents, and then maybe a medpack or 2. Actually, well, if you can afford it, all 3 medpacks, so you can have, because that's really the only way we heal during that fight. Oh, and every time one person gets to pick, so yeah, your turn, Maurice. It's just one person gets to open the door.
Entering new location.
So what I usually do is just, yeah, we pick the easiest rooms, but I just smash my face into it if I get to press
Constructing
F. I get to
hostile
press F.
combatant.
And yeah, here we have 3 doors now. So. A door per man. Pick your doors and... Still 1 wave though. Only on loop 4 will we get to
Console
2 waves.
available.
And if we get it right, we'll only have loop 4 before Nemesis. Gonna take a reroll here. Likely this way. And hey, RJ from Germany. Hey, nice. And yeah, everything's going pretty well. Enjoying the Sunday. Oh, actually, I should
Entering
totally
new location. Difficulty rating. Easy.
remove my pins.
Poison
As yeah, we're
gas
no longer
detected.
recording a thing. Because earlier we were recording something for YouTube. One thing you want to watch out for as well in here, the explosive barrels and stuff.
Constructing hostile combatant.
It's raid rules. Normally that wouldn't hurt you, right? But here in here it does. Actually, will you regen before the fire? Okay, just. But yeah, you really want to watch out for those things. Also, they have much higher range. Like a lot of range. So generally what we do is actually when we come in, if they're in annoying places, we'll just blow them up. But also you can annoy your allies by...
I knew that one was going to go off as soon as I saw it.
But yeah, just say... don't want to reroll too much. I'll take an extra. I know. And here it's just maths as well as so easy rooms are 7% and medium rooms are 5%. And sometimes you don't get easy room. So here we only have the choice of a medium. So each loop at best we can have 4 times 7 basically. So 28. Because there's always going to be like a hard and a medium at the very least. But also sometimes you get shafted and you get way too many medium rooms and then you don't reach the 100% before loop 4. Really putting a lot into opportunistic. I really should get a shotgun at some point.
Yeah.
Here we're gonna... And one thing is, so basically that's per loop we want to have at least 25% to be kind of on the curve. And here we're getting exactly that. Because this is the last room here and we're on 45, we'll end at 50. Generally you want to be ahead of the curve so you can have more chances. I have a better chance.
Mission here.
Console available. Supply station online.
Another boss from here. I'll take concussion. And then the way that like exotics work is at the first loop you're guaranteed one, and then there's a very low chances of on these loops, like loop 2 to 5 is like 5% or something, and then that chance like slowly rises. So later on you basically get like every other loop you get an exotic choice, but you only get to have 3 anyway. So, but if we do get an exotic choice, that's like really getting lucky extra, because exotic talents are pretty strong. But unlikely to happen, like it's pretty rare. And yeah, this like this name versus the last name, like it still takes a bunch of hits, but worst thing. Bursts are also like if it's only one enemy, it actually doesn't do anything.
Yeah, that skill sucked.
Oh yeah, it's more one of those things to pick just so the nemesis doesn't have anything horrible. So I have foam. I'm gonna actually take a skill tier for that. I also have a revive hive just for extra charge on it. But here as well, we really want to see about getting some skills, because empty slots are random skills for them as well. Because here when you're picking weapon, you can also like tab across and you have skills there. So you only get to pick one or the other.
Oh my god. I got so much shit.
Yeah, I'm still not getting marksman rifles or shotguns for my opportunities. I'm gonna take an SMG at least, then I can take. And then don't forget to also buy slots. And also, if you have enough, you can also buy armor kits on top. And then we always pop ammo here because this is the only place you get ammo for free. And generally, before we head out, we just always pop them. I think your mic's picking up some background there.
Difficulty rating easy.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you. And one man per door. One door per man.
Spawn from highlighted doors.
Yeah, actually, I can go for that first one. Or yeah, you say here, I'll go for that. The next loop will have 2 waves per room.
Console active.
What did you say, Vigi? It's no good here?
No, VG is good.
Operator authorized to select.
It's basically
room.
avoiding on-kill talents mostly.
Yeah. But these doors, they seem a bit bugged because there are more door marked than the enemy spawns from, right?
Oh yeah, so sometimes
Room
nothing
selected.
spawns from a door for a
Difficulty rating
wave. Like,
easy.
that happens, especially once we reach 4 doors. It's more of a enemies can spawn here more than a they
Initiated.
like 100%
Okay.
will.
They do. Okay.
Like they just won't spawn at the unmarked. Like if the door isn't marked, they won't spawn at all. That's more to look at it. Because yeah, sometimes you have waves where just you get nothing at a door.
Console available.
And then there's also, so we haven't seen those yet, but there are boss rooms. And boss rooms actually, it'll mark all 4 doors and only 2 doors will spawn stuff. Surgical is actually useless here.
So do you avoid the boss rooms as well then?
Operator authorized to select.
Here likely we
room.
will, because they also only give 3% for Nemesis. But they're one of the few sources. So there's the on top you have the currencies. The one on the left with the skull, that is the permanent resource. The other one is just the resource for this run.
Entering new
So
location. Difficulty rating.
the left one, yeah, you
medium.
usually call it NSA tech or NSA stuff or NSA somethings, and then the other one's just credits.
Constructing.
So the
Yeah,
permanent
either one.
ones, you get the
Highlighted.
permanent.
Vindicator, isn't it? It gets you vindicated, doesn't it?
Also, yeah. Although, well, the big prize is reconstructed caches. Reconstructed caches have the blueprints for all of the names. Well, most of the names, not all of them are in there. Yet. Hopefully next season they'll fix that.
Console.
It's only like missing like 8 names or something. I don't know.
Supply station online.
But that's really the like handy one. Oh, yeah.
Operator authorized to select new room.
It'd be really nice if the game gave me a shotgun. Oh, yeah. So for instance, here we have that boss room, but let's not pick it because we're also not like Because this will put us at 70. Oh, we're at 69. Nice. This will put us at 76, which is 1%
Selected.
ahead. So
Difficulty rating easy.
because then we still need 2 easy rooms in the next loop, which we're likely to get, but not
Hostile
guaranteed.
construction initiated. Vital signs critical.
But generally, as well, you want to get the
Console
some of the
available.
permanent upgrades first as well in or in here. Because there you can get armor on kill, you can get 10% crit chance, 10% armor on kill. But also there is the extra skill or extra talent pick in there. So I've, for instance, in these I get 4 talents, where you get 3 to pick from.
Yeah, that's...
Operator authorized to select new room.
Yeah, but I want to finish off my exotic collection first.
Oh yeah, you can get a Vindicator. Although for a Vindicator, yeah, so the better way to get NSA tech is like deep runs.
Entering new
going to be
location.
deep.
Difficulty rating. High value target.
So here we're just going for Nemesis and then we're jumping out.
Yeah.
But you want to...
Constructing hostile combatant.
Somebody stays with that initial door and then there's going to be 2 on the other side. Because yeah, and here still also as well, we just want to camp all the doors. So Shivoris, if you take that middle one, I'll push over to here.
Middle door?
Yeah.
Oh,
Basically,
yeah, back here, you mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Basically where they spawn. That guy's a rocket launcher.
Hit that bastard! Fuck, no!
Where's my...
I'm stuck!
What's there? Oh yeah, also, so there's a superstition here. A few headshots bring good luck. I don't know where, actually I do kind of remember, it was my dumbass, wasn't it? Started that. It's funny, I've seen it, other people do it now as well, just that for the lulz. Anyway, another red slot, another med pack. Can I actually take 1 ammo cap? Well, F you game, no shotguns for me.
I got an AC-12, but I can't share it with you.
Yeah, no, sadly.
Oh,
It's fine now. Well, we'll still kill the Nemesis.
MG5. No, I'll take the sticky.
I'm
Explosive.
gonna remove my revive hive for demolisher. Yep. Anyway, we need to pick the easy rooms. Let's take ventilation up here.
Mhm.
Because here, yeah, we can pick out of 2, but here we're picking this one. Ventilation is much easier room than boilers, which is just something that you'll learn.
Room selected. Difficulty rating easy.
Because it was just this room. Get 2 upstairs and 1 at the end. I'll take the 1 at the end.
Hostile construction initiated.
Also, you want to watch out before we know the faction of sitting too close to the door, because yeah, last time we had Outcast. Depends on how much you like hugs.
Got you now!
Oh, also now it's going to be 2 waves. So after the first wave, just get ready for a second.
2 waves now?
Yeah. In groups that starts on 4. It also says it out, so you can always check it for yourself as well. It now like says 1 out of 2, like where it says clear the ventilation tunnel.
Console available.
Yeah, so just keep going with concussion. Oh no, hey there, Phaedrus. Well, I may have said that already. I don't remember. The 88.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating.
We need one more
medium.
easy room, otherwise we're doing an extra loop. Involuntarily.
Hostiles
I'll take
constructing.
upper left.
Hostiles spawn from highlighted doors.
Right.
Also, sometimes you have to watch out. Some of the rooms have like modifiers to them where, for instance, here, sometimes the floor is kind of like with the countdown, like it'll have the charge up sound and then it'll zap the floor. Or the EMP room will have EMP. Stuff like that.
I'm getting.
No, I just stay alive there. Backups coming.
Console online.
I got shot from the side. I don't know what that was.
Maybe one of my escapees, but I don't remember.
Let's just say could read one from my door as well.
Yeah. Sometimes they run out way too quick.
Mm-hmm.
Not a. Generally, what you want to do as well, I do that, is actually I put my, so if I'm covering this door, I put myself here. So I'm in cover from the other doors.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, that's the door on that side.
There we go. Here's our easy.
Yeah. Ah, nice. So yeah, we're guaranteed the nemesis now.
Room selected. Difficulty rating.
Because at
easy.
worst, we're going to get a medium. And a medium is enough.
Hostiles constructing.
But generally, yeah,
Hostiles
for cover,
spawn
you
from
want to
highlighted doors.
pick cover that is like the door that they're coming out of. You're going to kill them all, but you want to be in cover for other stuff. And yeah, my door. Just come on out. Water's fine. Sir, madam?
Get them all in there, have you?
Huh? There we go. It's a rusher even. You're supposed to rush.
There's one on my door, I get.
No.
Console active. Supply station activated.
Anyway, we only get 2 more picks. I might just take surgical because I have a little bit of crit damage. Out of this. Actually, yeah, here as well. If you have flame ammo or stagger ammo, both can be okay to pick. I didn't there. You can put it also in your pistol just to use against them. Oh yeah, we have even one more
There's
easy
neat
pick.
one.
But here, for instance, we could even pick the medium if we really wanted to, or if there was a good reason or something.
Room selected.
There are
That was
sometimes.
a good reason.
Easy.
Well, no. Sometimes you reach this and you're already at 80. So if you reach loop this loop at 80, you're basically guaranteed the nemesis, even if you pick medium. So if you have like easy and it's like 3 blues, and you have a medium that's 2 reds, you can then we should call it taking an upgrade or. Because yeah, there are sometimes reasons to take. Or like if you were so far ahead, sometimes you are like just a lot ahead and you just go, you know, boss room, a little bit of extra. NSA tech. Because the boss rooms give NSA tech, especially when you get... They go up in amount, and especially later on, they're really worth it. Like, past loop 20, any boss, right, even past Nemesis. Like, every boss room you see, you just want to do. Because that's where, like, the real big... The big profit is.
I was going to say, what are the prices like for the reconstructed caches?
It's 297 or 279. I always forget which order. But yeah, like just
300.
under 300-ish. But a Nemesis run is gonna give us like 100
Entering
or
new
something.
location.
Like, at
Difficulty rating.
most.
High value target.
We will stay here and we'll check, or
Yeah, I'll stay back if you guys go in, and there's gonna be 3 doors.
first left
No, okay. Leave that one
and
for
far
me.
left.
Okay, and then likely one on the.
Alert. Intercepting LMB transmissions.
Oh, hey,
Far right.
okay, I'll take the first one. Oh, yeah, Omni.
Hostile construction
Hello.
initiated.
I really need to put that soundboard. Put a warning on it. Just. But yeah. I'm gonna. But for instance, this boss is gonna melt in a second. Just because the scaling starts becoming much more in our favor. Oh, also watch out. So the boss rooms also go up. So it's now 3 waves before or 2 waves and then the boss wave. It's basically the amount of waves you have normally and then 1 more boss wave. I'm just gonna wait for him to just fire.
One escape B to the middle. Escape B dead.
And everything's dead.
I think they need to add a named enemy called Alex in this game. Add that voice line into that one.
I mean, we can imagine all of the True Sons being named Alex as well. We only get their last name, so. So, Nemesis fight. Put any remaining credits you have in. Check first for special ammo if you have flame or. But actually, this shop will have the same what you had in the last loot. So. I'm actually not gonna take either. And then put everything else into armor kits and ammo capacity. But also, if you're putting it into armor kits, if you're taking more than 2, or if you're taking more than 1, so 2 or more, you can also get an armor kit refill because there's only going to be 1 armor kit here from the boxes. So for instance, here, yeah, I'm taking armor kit and I'm taking the rest into ammo because we don't need slots anymore. We're not going further. But if you were going further, like that's the thing with this. There's like different kind of play styles. And that kind of makes it fun because you play it a little bit different. And yeah, we're gonna run up all the way to the left, and there's a little bit of a platform there, and we're gonna take the high ground. And then we're gonna yell, "It's over, Nemesis! We have the high ground."
It's 2 Nemesis, right?
Difficulty
3.
increased.
It's
Constructing
group
Nemesis.
size +0. Instead of the rogues and hunters being +1, this is just group size. What you want to watch out is I generally stay like you can be on the edges, but generally you want to actually have like tall cover so you're only getting shot at by 1.
System.
Anyway, we'll get jammed here. Because yeah, you can't take like cover like in these like forward areas, but just watch out, for instance, where you are over here, so you can get hit by the
Blinder
other ones.
Firefly detected.
Generally, I hang back a
System
little bit
reactivated.
more. But that also like depends on if you're off like if you have composure and stuff, you need to be in cover, and then that kind of stuff becomes more
Serious
important.
trauma detected.
I'm gonna take the heal here. We have 2 pushing up together. Watch out though, they'll still fire. Let's fire at that front one. Let's murder that guy first. Because we just want to get the numbers down. Watch out for the guy on the right, and then finish off. Ouch.
Immediate medical assistance
I'm
needed.
gonna crawl back
Agent
there.
malfunction.
Yeah.
That edge isn't that safe.
One's pushing.
Ah,
Serious
sniper.
trauma detected.
I'll
One
take
very
the-
close.
Yeah. Yeah,
Also
finish
close
him
to
off. Yeah, watch out though. So are we. Yeah, one's pushing. Let's finish him. Ah. You vaulted just over.
Agent down.
Oh, yeah, I'll get you. Okay, one's pushing again on the right side. Let's finish him off. If you fall back from the ledge, so we only that guy, the other guy can shoot you. Because if you peek up from that ledge, like the other guy can shoot you. And yeah, we have the status effect thing happening here. Missed mine.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
So there's a mechanic they added that was only supposed to be for PvP, but it's also affecting PvE. So over time, he'll become
Hostile
immune
blind
to
firefly detected.
foam.
Agent incapacitated.
Oh, ow, ow, ow. If you can get to it, because I need to stem. He's pushing. That's good. One left on foam here. He should get foamed.
We did that in sync there.
No, in sync, different talent. Okay, it's gonna pop up in a sec. There we go.
Simulation.
And here press
terminated.
press
Together.
escape and continue, and then accept the thing. So we exit together. So the leader just hits exit, but then you guys should hit close and continue, and then it'll give you the ability to like ready up.
Cool.
Oh yeah, we got our nemesis in. Because like this also we stay together, and also depending on the order that we exit, the people that exit later they can share with the other people. So like yeah. Are you not getting the pop-up overrays or? Because I'm curious to see how many comms I get there.
Facility detected. Combat simulation program active.
Reconstructed cache. So
Yeah,
that one too.
no.
I didn't. Oh wait, no, Selby didn't either. Did only I get one? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't
The
get
one-
one.
So every time you get Nemesis, you can get a reconstructed cache. It's a 50-50 chance, basically. It's a 50% chance.
And
of
I
you-
assume it gives you blueprints that you don't have.
Yeah. It's non-duplicates always, so it'll just... So for instance, for me as well, there is actually no point for me to open this because I'll just save it. This time I'll just save it for next season. But yeah, it wouldn't give me anything except a named item here. Let's take it to the White House. I just want to briefly check how many comms it's got. I'm going to be doing more of these if you guys are interested. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I gotta step out. I will be back later tonight.
Okay.
Let's just say I can. I think I've got 2 more accounts that can get them.
Yeah, if you want to.
3
The
exotic components.
Yeah, the exotic is actually each run. The project is only for comms, but you might as well get them if you want. And I'll get you some experience.
An agent
But yeah,
has
thanks
left
for
your
his for
group.
joining. You know.
Well, thank you guys. See you
Yeah.
later.
See you in a bit.
See you in a bit. Yeah, let's pop these caches actually. And yeah, I'm not gonna pop these reconstructed. So generally, I've been popping these whenever I've been getting them, just because I was like, I'm not gonna save them all the way to next season. But next season is likely just 2 days away. I can save it for 2 days, maybe, if I don't forget and accidentally open it.
Before
You
they're
go
gonna
24
announce,
hours.
before they're gonna announce that they're gonna turn off the servers in the game.
Yeah, just. Not only did we cancel Heartland, we're canceling Division 2 as well. We're just canceling the entire Division universe. But then yeah, let's swap characters. I'm gonna guess you want Inomni for the next one.
I kind of want to get the backbone blueprint.
I mean, likely that will happen next season. I think all of the blueprints were in. at least 4 previous seasons in the PTS. So. Oh, wait 1 second. I need to check the thing I wanted to check. How many comms did I?
Idea has 0 comms.
Detected.
And that would be quite impossible because I already had counts. So 29 to 38. So how much did the Dan say he had? Started 0, finished week with 20, finishes week for the 16, making this kind of, okay. Oh, we got 16 on the second one, okay. So I got 9 there. Is that even touch here? Well, that's one hell of a catch-up mechanic. Okay, let me swap now. Because you're supposed to get 1 comm per week, but they've last week was the last week of the original set of comms, so we've been getting
Broke is what
way
you're trying to
more.
say.
I wonder if it's built into it or something. It works out for us. It's
Safe
in our
area
favor.
entered.
So, yeah, you guys can
Hostile
load up
control
on me
point
here.
identified.
Is it showing me or do I need to invite?
Oh, okay.
Combat simulation program active.
Still not showing you.
Hey. Make sure we get there.
Another agent is now in your group.
Yeah, let's see if... 'Cause I felt pretty weak on that when I put a bunch of picks into opportunistic and never got the weapon for it. Risky strats, but yeah. Yeah, let me check again how many comms I have here. Because that's the...
Ooh, I've just thought if I haven't spoken to Wally about it, will it let me?
I think it does.
I ran up the stairs and now I've got a cutscene.
Okay, yeah, that happens sometimes, like the thingy, right? Yeah, no, you still get. We've definitely done that. Wait, I got sidetracked. We've definitely had players that have never played it before and they still got. So I'm 29 here as well. Okay, so let's see if we get the same number. And start the simulation. Start the Silmarillion. Oh, actually, yeah, Phaedrus, if you want, you want
Entering
in.
safe area.
Let's hop out. We'll get Phaedrus in here
Shade
as well.
tech prohibited. Access denied. Deactivating.
Well, actually,
shade
that's gonna,
protocols.
yeah. Easiest is
Entering
actually if we
combat
just
simulation
each
program.
separately leave, because if we just use that one, you can go into social and just leave the Santas, like where the like start countdown thing is as well, like at the bottom. Is that, and then we'll group back up. But yeah, Phaedrus, yeah, definitely. If you want to join, the more the merrier. Although also the more the harder actually the nemesis is. The nemesis is actually easiest on solo. But we'll get
Facility detected.
it then.
Combat simulation program
I'll
active.
give it a second for everybody to load out and then I'll start inviting.
Another agent has joined your group. You have received an invite to another agent's group.
Gonna guess that's
Another agent is now in your
a
group.
mistaken one, as I got an invite to somebody else, man. I'll wait for everybody to fully load
Hello.
in. Ah, no, hey, Phaedrus. Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. I have the sounds on Discord turned off, so I never notice when someone joins.
Safe area detected. Shade tech prohibited.
Also, yeah, actually,
Access
if you have
denied.
the things turned on that you see items, you'll see
Deactivating
that
shade
we get like
protocols.
revive token
Entering
here.
combat
That's also a
simulation
mechanic
program.
here. It's like with the raids.
Combat
But if you use
simulation
your
program
revive token, you
activated.
can only buy one at the supply stations, the midpoint shops, basically. Credits. It's also if you revive yourself with your hive, basically, from a death. So if you only go down, it doesn't pick its raid rules, basically. I'm gonna take RPK. I'm actually gonna take the credit. So one thing you can do as well, if you don't like any of the picks at all, you can just skip choice. And you get 250 credits for that. It's not really worth it unless you really like. I didn't have a choice there. That was worth it. Oh, see, you picked Oxy there, Faders. That's the
Room
one chem that
selected.
you really
Difficulty
can't
rating.
have for
Easy.
the Nemesis.
I will switch that. I will switch
Yeah,
that
yeah,
one away
you'll
as
have
soon as I
plenty of opportunities to sort that. But yeah, the fire chem and the foam are okay.
Hostiles
Oxy is
constructing.
like one of the most
Hostiles
deadly
spawn
ones.
from highlighted doors.
And yeah, there's only gonna be 2 doors marked, so we each like 2 man per door. Just burn them there. Because if you pick Oxy, they have Oxy.
Oh,
Or your Nemesis has Oxy, basically. So.
Console active.
Because yeah, you know the skill system thingy, or
I do. I played this a little bit on Xbox way back in the day, but not a ton.
but yeah, basically they get similar
authorized to
skills to the ones we
select
have,
room.
or some skills lead to random. So empty slot is basically them full random. They get a whatever thing, and that can be pretty dangerous. Like yeah, Oxy or like demo drone or like stuff like that. So we want to fill up our slots, and then especially like all of the stickies are
Room
good,
selected.
are fine, because
Difficulty rating.
if you get
Easy.
stuck with them, we can just roll and then you just drop it. So, the fire chem and the
Hostiles
foam are fine
constructing.
because both we can
Hostiles
evade
spawn
basically.
from highlighted doors.
But Oxy not so much because it just murders you.
Okay. Well, I'm
And
sorry to
no,
try not
no
to give
worries. That's
Nemesis a good start.
yeah. You have enough opportunities to swap and add still.
Console active.
Oh, and yeah, the fireflies are also fine. Blinder is actually good against them. But if you have to like pick just something, Demolisher and Burster will also turn into Blinder. So, and yeah,
Operator
that
cleared
again,
to
like
select
if they
new
blind us,
room.
like it sucks, but it doesn't kill us. You can also take a revive hive. It turns into Stinger or healing hive
New
for them.
location. Difficulty rating medium.
Like both are annoying to deal with, but if you have to pick something, at least it's like if you take a skill tier with it as well, you can
Constructing
revive.
hostile
You have 2
combatants.
charges on it. So. But that's like a last resort kind of thing. Basically, I don't want to pick any of the pulses, none of the turrets, none of the drones and stuff, because those come back to hurt us. Also, shields are actually out of... that's also random skill. All the pulses as well just turn into random skill.
Got it.
Because I feel that's one of those things that I really...
Operator authorized to select new
The
room.
reasons I want to make the guide, because that's one of those things you just need to know. If you don't know, you don't know. Yeah. Actually, let's take the other one.
We go with the double red.
Yeah, no, yeah, exactly. Also, it's ventilation and not boilers.
What spoilers?
I mean, yeah, that's spoiler tags. We can't go in there.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating easy.
both of the closed doors.
Hostile construction initiated. Console online. Supply station available. Operator selected. Select new room to proceed.
And also this this one, like the
Room selected.
room sections of
Difficulty
this,
rating.
we're
High
basically
value
always
target.
starting on one end and going to the other. So this is always
Constructing
I'll stay
hostile
with this one.
combatant.
You always know which room order you get and stuff. That's also how I know always what the exit door is. Oh well, I should. Sometimes I still go to the wrong. We'll not talk about the fact that I forgot to reload my weapon before entering the room. That is fake news. I know, watch out for this first boss. This first boss always is like this. He just is super spongy. Exotic picks. If you get breed free as well, actually I got non-usable. It has actually a trick to it. If that's your only pick, grab your weapon with the highest ammo count that you have, because it scales off of that.
Do you have a suggestion between Regicide, Breathe Free, and Sandman?
Breed free, but then grab your weapon that has, like, I don't know what your main is at the moment, but
Right now it's a Vector, so not a ton of ammo.
okay, but that's still higher than your pistol. So
Yeah.
just grab that one with that one. But then what you really want to grab with breed free is something like either rifles or shotguns. Shotguns work well in here as well. You can take opportunistic on top as well. But it is just that annoying. They'll likely. I wonder if they'll patch it next season. But yeah, now it's basically whatever weapon you were holding at the time you pick breed free is the amount of stacks that it has. So if you grab an LMG and then later on swap to a pistol or like a shotgun, you can have 100 stacks of breed free for, you know, a shotgun, which is kind of silly. I really need to pick that blinder. Oh yeah. And red slot
And
again.
we said Firestarter is okay?
Yeah, fire starter is fine.
All right.
I'll give them a fire chem as well, but that at least is like evadable. Oxys out of nowhere
Entering new
are
room.
this game's version of
Difficulty rating.
Archeo out of nowhere, basically. Instant death. Oh yeah, 3 doors now, so we'll have to share some.
Hostile construction initiated.
Yeah, I didn't get any of the good picks, so I have Doctor home. So
Console active.
we have Doctor at home. Wait, was this the one with... Oh no, this one didn't have thingy either, right? Which one was it with... Oh, that's Rat then, right? Yeah. That has Bloodsucker and Intimidate. This one doesn't even have anything for Intimidate.
Entering new room. Difficulty rating easy.
Because Intimidate is actually one of the good talents in here, where there's other rotation where you can have it with Bloodsucker.
Hostile construction initiated.
And there it really shines, but here we don't... Like, you can do it with Adrenaline Rush, but it's... You need to be really close for that. Because the interesting thing is as well, Intimidate is 25 meters in here, where it's 10. That's it.
Console available.
Yes. Yes. Full red, easy. Oh, where's this? Oh, this is the first room, right? Yeah.
Entering new location. Difficulty
Going into the
rating
second room.
easy.
Like this time, if we get a boss room, we can definitely do it. We're already at 38%. Like wait, no, we couldn't have started this on 31.
Constructing hostile combatant.
No, that must be the third room actually.
Yeah, this is the third room, so it always goes you, Faye, Omni, then me.
Well, not always, but yeah, here it would. Yeah. Sometimes when you change leader and stuff, it breaks everything.
Console.
Like we
online.
change leader before getting into here, it messes up the order. Oh yeah, we can. Yeah, you can double back on that door, can't you? Let's figure that. Yeah. So the medium. Oh no. So we're ending at 50. So yeah, not as far as I had. Is it?
Entering new room. Difficulty rating medium. Constructing hostile combatant.
This door is mine. There are many like it, but this one. Wait, do I get 2 rushers? I only got 2 rushers. That's fine.
Serious
Sir,
trauma
could you
detected.
give me a second? I'm trying to reload.
Console available. Supply station available.
There is adrenaline rush in this.
Not getting good picks. I shouldn't reroll as often. Yeah, I'm gonna. just
So
gonna
technically there is a pick for Intimidate.
No, Intimidate is in here, but you can only really stack it with Adrenaline Rush, which isn't like that doesn't work out well. I mean, it still works for on a door, but not for the Nemesis. Like for deeper runs, it could definitely
Entering
work.
new room.
Ah,
Difficulty
okay.
rating high value target.
Because also, yeah, again, Intimidate in here is
Steam
25
activated.
meters, so actually stacking it with Bloodsucker. So actually, this room as well actually has like only 3 doors will be marked. So yeah, 1
Constructing
is upstairs
hostile
and then 2 are
combatant.
downstairs here. Or actually, one other person could stay up there and just help with that door and then shoot down. Or is that a drone? That's a drone. Okay.
An agent needs assistance.
Ouch.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Thank you.
Serious trauma detected.
Let's just. Surprised I have 2.8. Man, this spam is still going on. Jesus Christ. Well, ban that guy too. There's some spam rings going on Twitch with people advertising. Well, give me a okay shotgun for once, man. Flash is not that okay, is it? I'm gonna take EMP sticky there just to have my skills done.
Entering new location.
Yeah,
Difficulty
maybe
rating.
this.
Easy.
Is this the best way to get exotic nowadays? Not particularly. If you're after exotics,
Hostile
there are
construction
better ways.
initiated.
Also depends on if you're after exotics or exotic components, because those are two different things. Well, similar, they're different. You can get exotics from here, but it's basically one every half hour, which you can definitely beat by DZ methods. You can definitely beat by even the making a level 30 character over and over again. Likely even farming bounties in a zone with a gear slot or a weapon type targeted, stuff like that. What this good mode is good for, there are blueprints that are
Activating chemical
just
hazard.
from here, the named blueprints.
Entering new location.
Reconstructed
Difficulty
caches.
rating.
There is one
Easy.
exotic tied to here, Vindicator, that you can't get anywhere else
Constructing
at
hostile
current time.
combatant.
Yeah, that'd be great.
It's your decoy. Oh, also, yeah, decoy will become a random skill, by the way. I see it there. It's okay to have, like, it's okay if we have a random skill here or there. At least that one is usable as well against them, so it's not the worst. But
Would have thought they would have just had it, to be fair. Like a decoy.
yeah, no, most of the skills like that, so also for pulse and stuff, they just, they get randoms. Because that's the annoying thing about the system. It's not well explained and stuff. It's just you'll learn it from experience.
Chemical hazard detected.
But Lisa as well is one of the
Entering new
usable
location.
ones. They do hack,
Difficulty rating.
but
Easy.
they do hack skills, so they might take it
Hostile
over. But that also
construction
like doesn't matter
initiated.
to us. I'm just as likely to shoot a friendly decoy as an enemy decoy.
Go now.
Ouch.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Might get down here.
Console online.
Made it that.
Supply station online.
Waiting for reinforcements. Work that. Do have a boss room. Would only put us at 74%. That's like very dangerous. Yeah, no, let's not. Because yeah, the boss room like that would give us 25 NSA credits, which would like,
Entering new room.
help with that. But
Difficulty rating.
we'd
Easy.
likely have to do an extra loop for Nemesis at that point. Because we would need...
Hostile construction initiated.
We would need 3 easy rooms picks on the next one, which, yeah. Not likely. Oh, wait, what? What's
Console
another one?
available.
I'm completely turned around. I'll take the percentage. For components, so doing the weekly and the daily, even if you're just doing them on hard, those give you a decent amount. Like you can do likely the weekly in the time that it would take you to do 2 runs of this, which would get you, or 2 Nemesis runs of this, which would get you 2 components. Here on this one, I'll wait outside
EMP
again
attack
if you guys go
simulation
find the doors.
online.
And let me know if the
Entering new
if a closed
location.
door is.
Difficulty rating.
One door.
High value target.
Close on the left.
Yeah, leave that one for me, and then you guys find that one. So gonna be 3 in total.
All right again.
10 minutes.
Hostiles constructing.
And usually we do it that way on this one because this one is
Doors.
really big. So with the other one, you can just make it across without even like waiting the wind testing and stuff. But this one, someone might not even make it to all the way to the end before.
One pass away.
System malfunctioning. Serious trauma detected. System back online. Agent down.
I should have gone through the middle.
Alright, come to here. Come on.
System disrupted. System reactivated.
Oh yeah, it's shock rounds.
I fire rounds also.
Hey, double exotic. The rare ones. Hey, agonizing.
Red
Yeah,
free.
nice. And yeah, this is quite rare to get like loop 2 or loop 3 exotic talent on top, but that helps us a lot. Like that makes it a lot easier. Let me take a skill tier actually. For just a little bit of a faster Firefly. Oh, but also for, I would be remiss of not saying, for the best one for components, DZ, especially level 30 DZ. There are crates that can give you exotic components. If you know the routes, you can really easily get quite a bit of them. Yeah, let's get that last slot, armor kit, and some ammo.
Boom.
Between Burster, Firefly, EMP, and Burn Sticky Bomb, is there one that's useful just to fill up an empty slot?
Which EMP? The sticky?
I've got EMP Sticky and Burn Sticky.
Okay, either or. EMP sticky is likely easier. It just doesn't do any damage to us. And you can just use it to get them out of cover.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Activating poison gas simulation.
Actually, one thing we could do
Room
is
selected.
up for, because if you
Difficulty
get
rating.
early
Easy.
enough exotics, like that can be well worth pushing a little bit deeper. This will start melting here a lot faster.
Hostiles constructing.
Although, I mean,
Hostiles
the
spawn
exotics
from
in this pool
highlighted
aren't
doors.
the best, but they're not bad. They also have 2 waves. You know. So if you guys are over it, maybe we'll go to like a 10 or something.
Sure.
Yeah.
Taking way too much.
I'll do whatever.
Yeah, mostly if you guys just have the time.
You're not going anywhere.
Well, let's turn this into a little bit of a deeper run. Like not at 30 or anything, because that can take like 4 hours, but we'll go to like a 10 or something.
Console online.
I have to go to a friend's kid's christening in a little while, but that's not for a bit, so I think I could make it.
Okay. Yeah, just whatever time you need to step out, just because you can't just step out without like doesn't change anything for.
So,
Operator cleared to select new room. Entering new location. Difficulty rating easy.
Because one thing is like you want to get those
Hostile
early
construction
double exotics, or
initiated.
and then like if we can get 3. One of the things is once we get 3, actually, even if you don't have the right ones, or you have one that you want to change out, at that point there's only 6 in the pool. So
As a unit.
once you have 3, the next time you get to pick, it's the other 3.
Mobilize.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
So then you can just ouch.
Agent down.
Yeah, which I had a few escapees on my end, but also just murder.
Console active.
When combat ends, it picks me up. So what I might do is actually grab Adrenaline Rush. Because Intimidate is pretty good, especially if we're sticking to a door later on. So actually taking Adrenaline Rush
Operator
Intimidate
authorized to select new room.
is not a bad option at this case. Wait, this is the third
This
room.
one in a medium would get us the watchman's on it, wouldn't it?
Yeah. So yeah, exactly. That's what I was. Yeah. So we can take the boss room. So the boss room, all 4 doors will be marked. Let's each take a door,
Entering new location.
and
Difficulty
one
rating.
door will
Highlight
spawn
your target.
a wave of enemies, and one other door
Room
will
selected.
spawn the boss.
Difficulty rating. Hard.
So only 2 will spawn them. But then if there's not at yours, just run away, and it's just 1 wave. But yeah, the boss is kind of chunky. I'll take bottom right there.
Yeah.
boss is back on me.
I'm gonna help clear out this wave. And then what we want to do is just whoever doesn't have them at the door, just help whatever is closest to you. Like, we really want to be perfect about it. Oh yes, bleed round. Okay.
Agent
So
incapacitated.
yeah, just finish him off.
An agent needs assistance.
You generally want to kill the
Console
wave first, but
available.
also it doesn't really matter because sometimes a little bit later on we'll be able to just melt the boss off. Because one of the nice things is once we get
Operator
past
authorized to
like loop
select
6 or
new
7,
room.
we'll be melting enemies. Just the scaling doesn't hold up. Let's see which one we get. But then also actually, yeah, which yellows are good? Because later on we do want to pick a few yellows. So embraced, salvage, extra. That's basically it. Opportunistic with shotguns.
Room selected. Difficulty rating.
That's the
medium.
downside of this one. It's or like it's really bad yellows actually. Oh, it's all the 3 doors near here.
Constructing hostile combatant.
And this room we generally don't pick is because it has 5 doors, where every other room has 4. Like this is actually like a boss room almost.
But the real question is AK in this rotation?
The
Console
weapons are always there.
available.
Weapons don't rotate.
That's what they all say.
And there might be a reason for that. If everybody says the sky is blue, the sky might be blue. Is actually what do I want for my red
Operator
star?
selected.
Going
Select
a little
new
bit deeper.
room to proceed.
Allegro Vigilance Optimist. Allegro Vigilance Optimist. Concussion Rifleman. Intimidate. Maybe Pummel instead, actually. Maybe Pummel instead of Rifleman. Yeah, Pummel instead of Rifle. And if we are going indeed deeper, Pummel will be an okayish pick just because it is weapon damage. So the thing with this as well is
Entering new room. Difficulty rating.
like diversifying
High value
multipliers
target.
is very much a thing here. So if we
Hostiles
don't want to stack
constructing.
too much into total
Hostile
weapon damage
spawn
or
from highlighted
like
doors.
singular ones.
I want to get everything.
Well, you only have 6 slots, so
This goddamn magazine.
well, actually I should pick critical as well. That's the downside of this rotation as well. There's agonizing biting here, but there's no strained. There's no obliterate.
Another shot and I'm toast.
Like the only good thing about this rotation is breed free.
Get back! Damn!
Or like the standout thing. As we have the breed free there. Running past me. Anyway, 100%. Because also now we're gonna get that thing. So once we kill the Nemesis, we're not getting Nemesis again. Nemesis is a one-time thing. So afterwards we're free to pick whatever skills we want. So Reviver Hive becomes really handy afterwards.
After a Nemesis becomes a Nemesis.
No, Nemesis becomes dead, and then. But also here, for instance, if you don't have your last red slots or something, you can actually get that here if you want to. I'm gonna take that incendiary ammo.
Does high velocity work against the Nemesis?
Yeah, it will stagger them. It is actually one of the good picks as well. Or mostly you just want to put it in your secondary weapon or something and just save it for a oh shit moment, basically.
My weapon is PP.
Stagger them with your PP.
Unhinged!
Entering new location. Difficulty rating.
Yeah, no, that's not in this rotation. That one definitely is not in this rotation. And yeah, same tactic again. We're gonna go
Nemesis
up on the left.
detected.
We're going full extreme left.
Oh, really?
Communism for all.
Note to self, that cutscene can be skipped.
Oh yeah, actually,
System curtailed.
but also doesn't matter. You still make it up here in 10 seconds.
Hostile blinder firefly detected.
Okay, just watch out for those guys on the. So being on that ledge, you're exposed to the other guys. Watch out for
System
that.
restored.
Like when you're back here. Although, well, yeah, the downside is if we like pack together here,
Alpha stuck.
they're all alphas. Alpha is just the model that they are. Like when it's alpha, it's all alphas.
Immediate medical
Well,
assistance.
the alpha is stuck.
Yes, but then that doesn't narrow it down much. Gonna
is the alpha.
blinder. Although that blinder might come back our way. Yeah, let's finish off that one guy. The one that's Dr. Denmark. One's pushing right as well, watch out for that. Will this thing explode?
Serious trauma detected. Agent down.
He wasn't messing about, was he? Jam?
Yeah, they hit hard. The one on the right doesn't mark with Dr. Home. He's basically dead if we can get some firepower on him.
System
Gonna put
disrupted.
it in the corner, which one? It's an EMP, so it's not too bad. Man, this guy just
System
doesn't want to die.
reactivated.
So one of the downsides with like the sweet spot is like 2-man or 3-man for Nemesis. 4-man scaling with Nemesis is like they're
Vital
pretty
signs
strong.
critical.
We need to kind of wait for one of them to get close. So just don't get poked too much. Watch out for fire cams and stuff, and just one of them will push eventually. You can take shots of opportunity, but watch out that you just don't run out of med packs. That's like actual danger here.
Alpha has been spotted.
3 alphas still there, yeah. Not only is alpha spotted, but also alpha alpha. Alright, let's do that. What is that one all the way on the left? Just it hasn't moved at all. Oh, no, he heard me.
Now he is.
Yeah. Of course, now he comes out. Oh, no, actually, no. It's much further than I thought it was. Where were these guys? They were just all the way in the back. Cowards.
Oh, shit.
An agent needs assistance.
Another fire cam coming.
Thank you.
Uh-oh. I've never seen Nemesis as being this timid.
Serious trauma
You guys
detected.
can murder us pretty easily. Just come and do it. Okay, one's on the left is kind of pushing.
The left one is pushing.
That's gonna get sent back to us. Only it's best that we just, like, you're focusing, like, we're all focusing the left one. You're the only one on the
Yeah,
right.
because the left one wasn't close enough for me last time.
We don't want to split our fire like this. We want to kill one.
Hey, yeah, the problem was the left one was all the way on the back, and now they are on me.
Yes, he has been there for quite a while. Like, the only reason to shoot the other guy at this point is just for the... If your agonizing is on him. But yeah, no, that guy was kind of in the middle for quite a while. We use a fireball. Last guy then. Okay.
Simulation
There we go.
terminated.
Yeah, escape and
Collecting
continue
data.
here as well. Move a little bit further. We'll go as
But
time
for real,
permits.
when I pushed in closer to the right side enemy, the fucker was all the way on the back.
Yes, but then he pushed in, so we started focusing him down. That's what I mean. Just having, it's best to just focus one guy down. So when the target change, you just kind of have to notice that not everybody's shooting at that guy.
Anyway,
Yeah, we ended up fine. Although, well, I'm out of med packs now. Also, from this point onward, yeah, we get to pick whatever we like. So you see Revive Hive. Revive Hive is really nice. Actually, even turret and stuff can be nice. You can just put it at a door and just does stuff for you. It just keeps them a little busy for a second or two. I'm gonna take this Mark 16. Yeah. Also, try to upgrade your weapons to... You might have some blues. If you have a blue, you can, like, if it's an okay weapon, it's well worth picking. Because the damage goes up quite a bit. From, like, gray to green to blue.
I had a sniper rifle.
Oh, no. Not the worst thing.
Room selected.
Would I
Difficulty
pick up
rating,
M60?
easy.
And it's still gonna be 3 doors. I think it's 3 doors till 11, right? And that marks all 4. What group?
Hostiles constructing. Hostiles spawn from highlighted doors.
You're done!
Concussions? I have 1. Why did you give up concussion for critical then? I had 2 waves, but no.
Keep your fucking distance!
Console online.
Yeah. I'll take salvage. It's just maybe it'll work out for me thing. Actually, so vigilance would be lesser pick than concussion, right? Yeah. At least for these mid parts. Okay, I'm gonna give up concussion for critical and then take. Well, let's stick to mediums. Hards here do eat ammo quite a bit, so we still avoid them. Because we could take them now nowadays.
Medium.
Past 11, they can also be rogues in there, which can be pretty deadly.
Hostile construction initiated.
Because 11 elites start spawning, so we'll start to get heavies and stuff, and also like elite huggers. Which can hurt. Because I'm like the weakest here, just because
What the fuck are you doing there?
don't have anything. Most of the other rotations, when you have agonizing, it's you can really easily pair it with obliterate and strain and like really get some damage out of it. Here is not actually doing much.
Console available.
Like not having breathe free, it's painful. But also, we just want to get deeper. Every boss room goes up in
Entering
rewards.
new room. Difficulty rating.
Or
Medium.
the arenas, basically. And also, if we get a boss room again, from here on out, we'll definitely pick it, just because it'll give us
Hostile
an aesthetic.
construction initiated.
You're screwed!
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Yeah. A bunch of escapees out of mine.
What the fuck are you doing there?
Agent down.
Just got to kill there.
Console active. Supply station available.
Benja Reds. Let's get our damages up.
Finally, some damage talents.
And hopefully we'll get a exotic talent, like a third one, soon-ish. Any of the mediums?
Those two mediums. I'm just seeing what the other one is. That's hard.
Yeah.
This one?
Yeah, let's just take servers.
Room selected. Difficulty rating medium.
This one's not too bad either. Yeah, it's a 2 across and 1 downstairs.
Hostile construction
I should sit up
initiated.
on this one. Or we could use one more person across. Or actually, I'll go across. Because but also, I'm not like that. I'm like the weakest here. Like. Get the feeling all of you got breathe free already.
An agent needs
They do not know what you're on about.
That was a bad spot.
Leave one alive. I mean, you can weaken him, but
Got you now!
oh, that's good.
Thank you.
vital signs critical. Agent
Oh, Chad, my
malfunction.
door is exposed. Behind you. That's gonna be my death. It should be just one guy or 2 guys left.
Just survive.
Console active.
One thing you can do as well, so there, like a death that happened. Sometimes it's better just to take it to the end. Because if someone's dead and you just kill all the enemies, they'll just respawn and you don't use up your token. Because it does cost 500.
Room selected. Difficulty rating high value target.
I'll stay back here again. You guys go.
1 close.
One middle right.
One left.
Yeah, that's all of them. Yeah, let's just...
Constructing hostile combatant.
murder the meds.
Get the monologue and just kill him! It's paradise, buddy!
Stop hiding, thank you. I'll come help with that one. Got the last guy.
We're gonna. He's just been annoying.
Yeah.
There we go.
You're screwed!
Immediate
Oh, a lot of my
assistance
damage is
needed.
vigilance. Oops. I realize. It just drops off.
Damn! Our numbers are going down fast!
My eye! It stings!
Reinforcements are coming.
I'm a fuck! God damn it!
4 chains. Is one better than 3 chains? Hey! 3 exotics by 5. That is
Dr. Holmes said man Riverside.
yeah, after having breed free and agonizing, like the rest of them aren't.
Read 3, glass cannon, agonizing bite. I'm alright with that.
Yeah, I've got breathe free,
Yeah.
agonizing bite, and regicide.
Although later on you do want to get rid of glass if you can. Glass isn't as really good in here. It's 30% where like even most of the talents go to 100% later. I mean, yeah. Take our breathe free one. I'm hoping it will actually... Okay. Even though I don't have ammo. Still count as 30 stacks. I'm gonna start grabbing some yellows as well and stuff. Yellow slots. Also taking extra skill choice already. So you can get those extra skills that just puts a 4th one underneath the other one, so you're more likely to get what you're after. Yeah, should totally take this lightweight M4. Yep. Guess I'll be clicking.
Lady Blackety. I'm not sure what should I pick. Pick up that.
I need some braced.
I want blue. I'm a blue da boo dee ba da die.
There are really, like, as deep as we're going blues, like, you only need preservation. If you have agonizing, clutch can be okay. And adrenaline rush to pair with intimidate.
Electrical hazard simulation activated. Entering new room. Difficulty rating medium.
And this room always kind of sucks.
Hostile construction initiated.
Oh yeah, also yeah, the shock thing. So wherever you see it being like wet, or you see like wires bouncing about, yeah, Don't be there.
Fair.
Also, from loop 6 onwards, black dust can spawn. Sometimes you get lucky and they don't spawn for forever. But we of course get them on 6. We've used up all our luck to get 3 exotic talents this army. Man, having breathe free is... Get to breathe free. They named it aptly.
Console active.
I'm gonna stack into opportunistic. Shotgun is the way to go for
They
this.
should make the opportunistic work with the rifles.
Operator cleared to select new room.
Are you asking if it does, or if you're saying they should?
They should.
No. Hell no. One of the most powerful buffs working with one of the easier to use weapon types, like it being locked to marksman rifles and shotguns, is the reason
Entering
it's
new
not
room.
like
Difficulty rating
literally the best
medium.
talent ever.
Why?
A 15%
Hostile
on yourself
construction
and every ally.
initiated.
Yeah, but it's only with rifles. And basically on marksman rifles and, shotguns.
Yes, but rifles are much easier to use than the other two. That's the thing. Like limiting it to marksman rifles that are one-shotting and don't really get to benefit from it, and then shotguns, which are not as easy to use, means that it's
Vital
limited
signs
in its
critical.
viability.
System malfunctioning.
Because balance is a thing.
System back online.
I would say that to the Ouroboros.
What you're saying there is much more of a... That's way stronger than the Ouroboros. Because even the Ouroboros have its limitations. Like,
Console.
being able to
online.
put out
What's
still
its limitation that it doesn't have unlimited ammo?
the range. Like there is still, like in legendaries, there is still places where you go Elmo over Oreo. It's not like a always picked thing. Like, it's really good for the incursion, but
Selected. Select
outside of
new
that,
room
there's
to
plenty of
proceed.
places where like an Elmo will just, or a FAMAS will beat the Oreo, just by utility of just not having to close the distance.
Entering new
I
location.
need to scale out.
Difficulty rating.
How's the player base? All 4 of them are doing fine. all 11 players that play this game are doing fine. Yeah, the player base is actually pretty okay. It's quiet days for a little bit.
Once they
we're-
got the first one.
Oh yeah. Or, let's come back. Because a lot of players, kind of including me, I've been spending a lot of time in Division 1, which still Division, but just -1. But next season is coming up. Likely it's tomorrow at the UB event thingy. We're gonna say
Online.
it's gonna be tomorrow, the day after it.
Supply
Basically,
station
like Tuesday
activated.
we'll have the new season. That usually drums up a few interested parties to, poke their eyes, poke their toes back into the game.
Operator selected. Select new room.
But generally,
to proceed.
it's pretty active. Like there are tons of active clans, there are tons of active places. Oh, by the way, it's like once everybody's out here, it just pops up what the difficulties are. That's usually what we're like just waiting for.
Yeah, that was just running to see if I'd find it beforehand.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the server.
I need more
Poison
bullets.
gas hazard activated. Entering new room.
Having extra in
Difficulty
here is
rating
also not a
medium. Hostiles constructing.
I want to hold.
Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
I'm just gonna stay here.
System disrupted. System reactivated. Console online.
I know, I'm gonna take critical and pummel. Also, we're reaching now the points where you can re-roll a few times and stuff without
I'm just gonna
feeling
get
too bad
salvage.
about
Here
it.
to select new room.
Yeah, also, so healing wise as well, getting preservation and getting it not too high, but just having like 3 or 4 can really help out. It's just every kill gets you some healing.
Electrical hazard simulation activated.
Yeah, that's the main healing we'll go for.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating.
2 on this
High
side,
value target.
and 1 on
Constructing
the other.
hostile.
But then yeah, we need. Yeah. The one here. Now that I have intimidate as well, that actually feels pretty good. But I still need to use this just so I'm not firing as fast. Okay, I wish I had the M60 or something, or M249 when I was forced to pick breed free. And also for the rest of this, I'll be just wiggling like this the whole time.
Clutch shot.
I just used an awful lot of ammo.
Then get more.
Oh, what?
Luckily, we'll get filled back up right here. So.
Yeah.
Also, if you need ammo nowadays, like in between, but also you should like try to get ammo capacity up and stuff. Also, like extra weapon choice can be pretty good as well.
Where's the AK?
Also, yeah, in between, if you need some ammo, like now we have more than enough credits and stuff. Yeah.
Is the decoy good?
It's okay. It works pretty well
Take aggro
for.
away?
Yeah, just you can put it on a door and just the enemies will target that instead of you for a second before getting you a second to just not die. But yeah, I had the M70, so M870, so definitely
That
pick
would be a
that.
nice weapon.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating easy.
So I really need ammo.
Hostile
I need to
construction
then have like
initiated.
salvage plus pummel plus extra for it. Just to have to not reload it myself. But at least I have by the look of things 30 stacks of breed free, so
I would say this is a good weapon.
Console
which one
online.
is that?
Wanna guess?
I mean, AK or one of the similars. Knowing you.
It's not even similar, it just has AK platform on it. It has a round magazine.
It's a PP-19.
I mean, some people just like touching PPs. Take the easy one, just because that's one more red.
As long as you're only touching your own PP, it's probably okay.
Entering
Unless,
new
you know,
location.
everybody else consents to
Difficulty
something
rating
else.
Easy.
As long as you and your PP consent to.
Hostile construction initiated.
Have you asked permission from your PP?
Someone has to.
You ready?
I don't need to fidget as much as I'm doing now anymore.
Console online.
So one of the weird things in here is that actually glass is just at 30%. There are so many talents we'll have later on that are just double or triple that. Like just vigilance, all of the talents can go to tier 10 or like 10 basically, or you can stack them up to 10, but yeah, vigilance goes basically from 10% each stack, so at the end is 100%. Separate multiplier. The glass by itself is just at 30% still. Because I want to replace this Dr. Home with something maybe.
Entering new location.
I'll likely go for Regicide. Although actually I might even stick to Dr. Home. Just some group healing. Why not?
Get Dr. Sausage.
Because Regicide isn't actually too bad for in here.
Console available.
Yeah, I need Pummel.
Supply station online.
To the point that I might actually try to get at. Should totally give up on Braced. Don't want to be in cover at all. I just need Pummel here. Yeah, no, let's take it for the reds. Especially.
Make some reds.
Because that's especially noticeable when you don't have that 4 talent pick. Because that's always just random outside of the.
Constructing hostile combatant.
Oh, there they start. Yeah, we'll have to just share one or some of us will. Double marking enemies when I hit them. Opportunistic and Dr. Home.
Console active.
And yeah, around 7-ish, 8-ish, 9-ish. Kind of depends also on the talents, cool and stuff. But it's when we start getting more powerful than the enemies. Although with some of the other rotations, we would be like super powerful with 3 exotic talents. But here, just there aren't as many. Only Breed Free is really the MVP in this.
Activating poison gas simulation. Entering new location. Difficulty rating.
I've
High
entered
value
already.
target.
No, it's still.
Close right. And
Far right.
far right. Yeah. On far right. Okay.
It's all right.
Constructing hostile combatant.
All right. Hey, enemies! Yeah! Unhinged isn't even in the rotation, and I am unhinged. we do some hodoring. Likely by the time I reach this boss, he's already gone.
Exotic.
Another one. Do I give up? Yeah, let's get rid of Dr. Home. You guys get your own preservations. Gonna grab Regicide, pop some heads.
Yeah, I went for the same.
Alright, I'll become the Doctor Home. I don't see any reason to use this set for my weapons. Shocking experience. AK? No.
I have one. Would you like mine?
Yes.
Well,
Hand it over.
sucks to be both of us then. Might actually take the AK. Or I could take the M249B. Nah, we're not going to. Maybe for. I'm going to take the M249B.
Got the RPK.
The thing I'm going to try to set up for. If we get another 2 exotics, because past 10, actually, you do get a bunch of exotics.
Electrical hazard activated.
Depends also how much do you know. But I might try to. I might give up breed free.
Rating easy.
And then try to get it back.
Hostiles constructing.
Oh, yeah, and also watch out for the shot.
Spawn from highlighted doors.
There's one second door on my side. Just one person can open it up. Just to get 110 stacks of breed free. I feel the Regulus explosion is like tiny in here.
Those feel a lot smaller.
Well, I mean, also in damage and stuff. Like when you're not stacking it up with like Dodge City and stuff. It's just... Although it's still it's a little bit extra damage. Yeah, I get intimidated.
Operator cleared to select new room.
That's a boss.
Yeah, let's take the bus. We're gonna get 36 and a Tech here. Also, it's just one wave.
Room selected. Difficulty
Okay, let's
rating.
each take a door.
High value target.
Mine?
Room selected.
Take one. And
Difficulty
then, yeah,
rating.
just...
Hard.
Wherever they spawn, we go there. Okay, give me one Regulus. There we go. Yeah, that didn't even kill this guy.
Agent down.
He just like cancel his roll mid-animation and start dumping a mag at me.
Console
Yes.
available.
He can, so why wouldn't he? They don't
Just
follow.
rude. I wish I could do that.
Yeah. Yeah, you would. Should maybe get some optimized in here. Yeah, optimized extras. How much NSA tech are you
Operator
up to now?
authorized to
Salvi?
select new room.
422.
Well, you have at least enough for
Yeah,
that.
that's a Vindicator and then part of the way towards a reconstructed cache.
Well, let's take the medium. Let's take that medium there.
Ooh, juicy reds.
Although, yeah, you would want to get some of the permanent upgrades. Each of them is like 250.
Room Room selected.
Because you would want to get,
Difficulty rating.
especially
medium.
getting crit chance and getting armor on kill. Like those two really,
Constructing hostile
really are
combatant.
worth it.
I mean, eventually I might, but at the minute, I probably want to get the reconstructed caches.
Well, they will help you get the reconstructed caches better. That's the thing. Because you already will get. So one of the things is like if you really go deep, because you can also go like to 30 and 40 and stuff like
An
that.
agent needs assistance.
Come help over there.
Screw you!
Yeah, I should have left it there.
They're all just leaking out of my door at the minute.
Yeah, I'll come with you. Actually, I'm gonna
I
kill.
think I chose the best piece of cover.
It's not the worst. There's just one guy left. It's my resume.
Console available.
You're not worth the resume.
Supply station activated.
Nice.
Yeah, no, generally just faster sometimes to kill.
I'll take the extra pummel level.
Operator authorized to select new room.
That's a double right.
Easy for double reds.
Yeah. Even though it is boilers, but we'll have to live with it.
Room selected. Difficulty rating easy.
Take this one.
Hostile construction initiated.
Also, yeah, once you kind of know the layouts of the rooms, because so here only 3 doors will be marked, so kind of you can see
You're
like if which ones are easily. Yeah, regulars isn't worth it. Although maybe if I spect more towards it, because yeah, it's scaling off of weapon damage and total weapon damage. But there's also not that much total weapon damage and weapon damage to be had here. Like you could stack Rifleman and stuff, and together with Pummel, and then also Optimist, and
Concussion.
but yeah. What was it?
Concussion.
Operator
Yes.
selected. Select new room.
But then
to
still,
proceed.
you're like not as high as you would want to be. If you could stack it, if you could have that and adaptive, like if you could have both Regulus and
Chemical
actually
hazard
Chameleon's
detected.
90.
Let's get the
Room
determined on
selected.
it here.
Difficulty rating. High
Determined
value
wouldn't
target.
work here. Not without Headhunter.
Wow,
Like
that's
Determined by
adaptive.
itself doesn't work. It's
I'm just waiting them to add determined and headhunter into here.
Hostile construction initiated.
still would be too risky. Like you don't have the option to control it here as much as you can in the open world. Could definitely make it work, but likely.
Ooh, crap.
You know, that's kind of satisfying. Kaboom, 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 kaboom. It's gonna stay on my door. Yeah, more rats. So we made it to loop 10.
Okay.
At least if we complete this one, then we get the, you guys get the, or well, whoever hasn't gotten to loop 10 yet, you'll get the Nemesis patch and the tier 4 patch.
Oh, nice. That'll be good for me.
Because there's a tier 1 patch for reaching loop 40, which really hurts to get to that point.
Yeah, I'm gonna skip that.
Yeah, it's the same here. Yeah,
Are we not doing that today?
that's, this
Yep.
rotation isn't great for that.
We can finish that up in like the next 30 minutes, right?
Yeah,
Not sure my
let's
flag
say
rolled in that
5
one.
hours and 30 minutes. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, going to loop 40, like even if you get lucky and get good picks and stuff, and it's like a smooth run, it'll still take like 6.5 hours, 6 hours. Like getting under 6 hours is likely you're like really pushing it, and you got lucky with exotic talents and stuff like that.
I mean, good rotation and
Oh yeah, you need envy. Like you
That starts-
can't do it with the other of the ones.
That starts sounding a lot more like work than a game.
Yeah. Also, generally, I go to for the tier 2, which is loop 30. Loop 30 is still like 4.5, 5 hour-ish, depending. And it's also to the point where you kind of still feel like super powerful. Because also past loop 30, the scaling starts changing and actually becomes like, dangerous.
Console active.
Oh wait, we're on loop 9 actually. Never mind. I forgot that. The loading screen, of course, is one ahead always. I just read that. I just never look at the thing. But yeah, we need to reach loop 10. And complete loop 10 to get that away. So we need this loop and then next loop. And then...
Entering new location. Difficulty rating medium.
But then we'll still like,
Activating
we'll see
poison
how
gas
we feel
simulation.
about it. I'd be up for going for another like hour-ish.
Hostiles
Just
constructing.
how far we get.
Hostile spawn from highlighted
But that's also
doors.
the max for me. Because I need to go do some groceries and eat. Like, act as if I'm an adult human being. Which I totally am. Totally. I totally didn't pay my rent 9 days late because I just forgot. Totally that, didn't I?
Console
you
active.
say you don't eat noodles every day.
Some days. Gonna avoid getting concussion up. I'm just gonna put it into other stuff. I'm gonna get my preservation up. I think a clutch up as well, actually. Clutch will be also a healing talent. That's useful.
I almost have normal magazine sizing.
Let's take the easy. Oh no, actually, let's take the medium so we get the better boss room. So in this thing, this is like a tree-shaped thing. So if we take the right rooms, we get the better boss room. But I'm not the.
I don't want to open the door.
Room selected.
Because if we
Difficulty
get this and then
rating,
we, although actually we can, if we get generators here, we still go to the. Because yeah, there's 2 boss rooms for this. Actually, all of them have like 2 boss rooms, but this one you get to pick kind of which one you get by the direction you go. I'll take this middle door. So that's that.
Serious trauma detected.
I'm right here.
Console available.
And then hopefully, generators is the easy.
Maintenance medium.
Oh, actually, yeah. Let's take maintenance then. This leads to the boss room. I generally prefer.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating. Medium. Steam has
There's one thing as well.
activated.
If we were to go to loop 25, so here we're still getting like medium and easies and hards. Later on, we'll only get mediums and hards.
Constructing
So this is
hostile
something major.
combatant.
But by loop 25, after loop 25, it's only hards. So then you're like, you don't even get to pick. But then actually at that point we get to pick what direction we want to go. Like we pick the rooms that we like instead of picking for different.
Console active.
You don't like that?
Supply station
Oh, that's
available.
goddamn too bad.
Can I take optimized instead of braced? Yeah, I don't want to be in cover. This is a tactical shoot.
Are you saying this game is actually a tactical shooter?
I say I'm shooting tactically. And not from in cover.
I have 96 bullets in my weapon.
Well,
Wait, there's cover that we can use?
Room selected. Difficulty rating. High value target.
yeah, so one door on this side. Somebody stays back here, and then there's gonna be two on the other side. Let's just go camp them. I'll take the one at the end. There's
I
one.
get the feeling of Division 1 in my PP.
Oh, there's
Where's
one
the
in the
other one?
middle here.
Ah,
I'll turn around for that one actually. Oh, no, sorry. Because this boss room is so much nicer than the other one. Everything kind of like spawns.
boss is back here.
Boss is not.
Ah, no, guess not.
Yeah, it's always the same amount of waves that we have, and then plus one. So we normally have 2 waves, so it's the 3rd wave here.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
The 3rd wave boss getting held by 2nd wave agents.
You fight much faster than I do.
Exotic? Exotic!
No.
I'm gonna take actually, yeah, I'm gonna try it because actually I've never tried that as well. I wouldn't mind knowing. I'm gonna take Doctor Home. I'm gonna give a breach free, which is a dumb thing to do, but normally you wouldn't do that. But and then I'm hoping that we get breed like the next pick. If we get exotic again, I can pick it again.
Shouldn't you be able to? Isn't only 5 exotics? No, it's 6.
It's 6, but you get the other 3 picks. So, but I want to basically recycle breed 3 and see if I pick it when I have that LMG in hand. Will it give me now the LMG number, or will it stick to the AR number that I had before?
Oh.
I want to make it bigger.
Bigger.
Basically.
I had a nickel time for every time I said that.
Is that? Yay. Game is hiding my AK.
Not hating the blinder.
I have nothing good. I'll take a
I'm
pistol.
gonna take that pistol. All red. Fine, we'll do boilers.
Activating chemical hazard. Room selected. Difficulty
Yeah,
rating.
blood weaker
medium.
now.
Hostile construction.
Also watch out
initiated.
for the chem thingies. Wait, which one? I'm actually gonna sit on the bottom there. Yeah, I'm still killing pretty quick.
Serious trauma detected. Console online.
Missed breach 3 already. I'll get it back. Next exotic pick. And hopefully with 110 rounds. Because then I can also effectively use it with my LMG, like if I'm shooting across. Or I'll take an AR and then use that.
To take AK.
Likely, yeah. If I get one. Something hard hitting. That or Mark 16.
Entering new location.
But then I can effectively use it.
RPG be more hard hitting.
Yeah, but I want something like normal reloading. We don't have that much in reloading
Constructing
times.
hostile combatant.
No, actually I have pummel and salvage. That would work. But just something long range. I could even stick with the M249 at that point because it will work fine. That's, you know, the PP just doesn't have the range. You can't reach out and touch people with it, not legally at least.
There you go. Ah?
An agent needs assistance.
Shoot him! Lady, go away.
Console active.
I had a nickel every time I said.
I would have no nickels.
Yeah. Let's take some pledge.
Okay, I want. Where is the adrenaline rush when I need it?
It's hiding.
It's all blues.
Yep. Oh, also, so yeah, with this actually, you can deploy your turret, for instance. You saw or your hive. Actually, what you can do. So with this, because we get jammed, our skills don't get jammed here. It's weird. Like it has weird rules. So if you deploy your hive underneath you, you can still get revived by it. So when you're like in between the disrupts, you just toss it on the ground. It actually doesn't get disrupted. Like that's a tactic to just make this room, especially later on, like when you actually need your hive, a little bit more manageable.
System reactivated.
But yeah, one of the weirder rules of Descent.
Console.
A disrupt that doesn't disrupt skills. Yes. Does that make sense? Oh, no, sure. One thing I should do as well, I have a shotgun. I should be buying special ammo because shotguns don't use up much ammo. So special ammo, you can just make it last.
Ah, there you go. There is something. Watch. Now I just want shield.
Let's take servers. But that's also the preferred room of this set.
Difficulty rating medium.
Now that I said I want a shield, the game is gonna give me shield or AK.
Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
Usually the inverse is true.
It's gonna make me choose, do I want the shield or do I want the AK?
Exactly. You want the shield made out of AKs?
Yes! Also, the funny thing about the one AK in the game, it's actually not AKM.
Yeah, it's
Console available.
No.
Supply station
The
activated.
AKM, the normal one, is
Immediate
actually
medical
AKM.
assistance needed.
But the military AKM is not military AKM.
But even the AKM in this game is AK-47, isn't it? It's not a modernized.
No, it's AKM is modernized version of it.
Yeah. No, but that's not the one that's in the game, right? Model-wise.
It actually is.
Oh, no.
EMP hazard.
But
activated.
military AKM is not a real
Room
thing.
selected.
It's actually
Difficulty
AK-74.
rating. High value target.
Close right.
Far right.
Yeah. It's all right again.
Constructing
Triple right
hostile
again, yeah.
combatant.
But the funny thing about the AK-74 it's that it fires faster than normal AK.
Find them. Claim. Find them.
And it uses a
Sacrilege.
different caliber than 7.62. But I guess the devs didn't get that.
I mean, so many games like just make NATO 762 and
There
Russians.
is AK for that. There's a lot of things for AK that
Exotic.
no exotic.
But we've gotten, so we got 4 exotic picks before Loop 10. That's actually impressive. Like, that's quite rare. And we made it to Loop 11.
Yeah, I think that's actually going to be a good spot for me to
Okay.
cut out. Thanks, guys. Really enjoyed this, and look forward to seeing you again sometime.
Yeah, it's fun. And yeah, you can just from social, you can just leave the send from there. That will just take you out.
Okay, is there a reason to do that rather than the little?
Oh yeah,
I
you
won't
can
miss
do
anything.
that one too, but that gives you a timer on top, which like it's kind of needless. It'll give you like a 15-second timer before it takes you out.
Okay.
If only someone wanted this AKM that I had.
God damn it!
Only somebody wanted this Crusader shield that I.
Suppose
Ye-
I might as well skip my choice, mightn't I?
See you later,
Yeah.
guys.
An agent has left your group.
yeah, if you don't have anything to pick, you just skip.
I'm just thinking about picking that blue weapon.
Yeah, if you don't have a blue weapon yet, like by now, you should definitely have it.
I think I've got 2 blue weapons.
Yeah.
I've bought everything out of that descent shop as well.
New location. Difficulty rating.
And
Medium.
yeah, blue is the highest as well, so we don't go beyond blue.
I would like to get yellow weapons.
Hostile construction
Or even
initiated.
purples.
Likely the reason they don't do that is blue weapons is the endpoint where talents start to poke in on the weapons. Because they're actually using the code or just normal weapons. Like the out-of-game weapons. Oh, also 3 waves at Loop 11. So from here on out we'll have 3 waves. Also, 11 is when elites start to spawn, so we might start getting heavies.
Yeah, I've noticed because I've now had 2 of them on this top door.
Yeah. You generally will have a heavy with each wave. But also, yeah, that means elite rushers later on. Like if we run into outcasts.
Vital signs critical.
And then I think it's 16 or 17, even with 3-man or any group size, it starts to mark all 4 doors. So then we need to like each take a door and then
Operator authorized
we
to
need to
select
like
new room.
converge on the last one. Basically.
Medium. Hard.
Let's stick to because also here if we start picking hard, we can get
Entering
rogues.
new location. Difficulty rating.
Well,
Medium.
rogues aren't too hard at this point. They can just still like it can go wrong.
Hostile construction
easily.
initiated.
Just you just need foam plus oxy, and just that's the end of a run. Oh, I need to have this. I'm like, why am I not doing any damage? Just because I'm not in adrenaline rush range. Go back.
Agent down.
It's recommended not to face tank the flamethrower.
Online.
Yeah,
Well,
tank
that was
it.
the strat.
Tank it with your butt. Yeah, let's take extra.
Maximum extra.
Yeah.
Operator.
Because also I
Selected.
wanna
Select new room to
have it
proceed.
be slightly this way.
Room selected. Difficulty rating medium.
But yeah, likely if you guys are for it, we'll go for another hour from this point. That's my
Hostiles
max.
constructing.
Whatever
Hostiles
we
spawn
get, we
from
get.
highlighted doors.
Might have to go for a quick toilet break after this loop then.
Oh yeah, actually I could use a bio as well. Yeah, let's do that after. Or let's do it at the boss room here. Because that's the better place to do it.
Before the boss room, or
Yeah. Yeah, just before the boss. So one of the things is you don't want to leave an unpick. So usually when you want to do bio breaks, you want to do it either before, like after having picked the room already, because there's a timer on the rooms, and there's also a timer when you pick talents and stuff. So generally we avoid doing it like at the start of a loop. Someone will generally go like AFK right away and forget to pick talents or forget to pick skills. Oh yeah, let's do it on the boss room. There's a third room, so... Or there's a second room. It's the third, I think, right? Actually, I don't have breathe free. I can actually use this LMG.
Console active. Supply station online.
Let's be much more of an optimist.
Operator authorized to select new room.
Other than
on
as
the
you
front door.
could
I'll be
get
1
the
sec.
notes from a cache and I've finished the project. Okay, yeah, let's actually take a bio break here. Indeed. Yeah, no. So if you have the blueprint, the requirement for that one for the Nemesis is the blueprint. It's not. Pick the room, but then
Biohazard
we don't have to go in.
activated.
Then it's picked. Yeah, let's take a bio
Room
break here.
selected.
I'll be right back.
Difficulty rating medium.
Break.
Come on, yes. There we go. Yeah, it's back. But yeah, to expand, you only need the blueprints. So if you have one piece, you need the scope, and then you need one of the stronghold pieces, and then you can get the blueprint, and you likely have that. From that point onward, it's in your. You need either of the blueprints to either the reconfiguration or like that's the reason as well when you get it from other people, you get the reconfiguration one, so you have a blueprint for it, and it's in your loot pool or the crafting one. If you actually already have a bunch of the pieces and you still want to get those out of your inventory, what you can do is actually hide that nemesis by putting it on alt, and then on that character you can actually get the other pieces later on, like whenever you do go try to get the other pieces, and then you can, because otherwise they'll linger. Oh, actually I can't go into my inventory. Otherwise the pieces will always be in your inventory. It's kind of annoying.
Warning. You've disavowed a division and are marked as rogue.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, you guys ready?
Yes.
Hostile
And you know,
construction
chat for the fire is also much wider than it looks, and also it hurts a lot. Found my door, finally.
Why won't you die? There we go.
I'll fucking kill you! Take him out! Take me!
Serious trauma detected. Console available.
Yeah. Yeah, sure.
Not sure
That
where
one's-
I'm going
Operator
wrong.
cleared to select new room.
It's gonna stop
I need
wondering.
to get
Yeah.
and then fire.
Oh, yeah, indeed, that's it. Once you have it, you could just forget about it, but yeah. Can also be nice just to get it if you're doing the invasion anyway for the blueprints and stuff, because, you know, you would want to anyway. For the...
Poison gas hazard.
But then whenever,
activated.
like, if you're missing one or two pieces, because you'll
Entering
definitely
new
have one
room.
piece. Otherwise
Difficulty
you'll look down
rating.
on it.
High
It's two
value target.
across. Let's just go and, yeah, let's...
Hostiles constructing.
I'm listing that
Hostile
side.
spawn
Or
from
on that side.
highlighted doors.
I'll take this side, and then if you take the middle. Because then you can, yeah, get a second nemesis as well, and also just get those exotic items out of your stash, because otherwise they'll stay in there. That poor guy, he ran all the way there just to get shot in the face.
I don't understand the AI. They just run away.
That's
They're
why
not
it's
even trying to
artificial. Oh yeah, that's what they do on that door. They just run out.
Yeah, but they're already towards Selby, not me.
Yeah, they get out of the door first.
Vital signs critical.
I'm dead. Maybe not. Need to murder to stay alive.
Ow.
Oh yeah, that actually worked out. Preservation did its work. I totally forgot that there was a port plate there.
I mean, I have a Doctor Home on me.
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep stacking reds.
If in doubt, go red.
Although there is a case to be made, especially if you're going like actually for the run that we're doing like here, where we're going not too deep. Getting all blues or some blues can actually be worth it.
Where is the key?
Because you hoping for a revive hive and stuff, but not getting it.
Double traps and 2 secret mines. Fantastic.
But the thing is, like, especially if you're going past 30, blues just don't matter. Like at that point, anything will just one tap you to health kit. Hey, a bus room. And here we're getting 47 in a site for it. So we're definitely going to do it, even though it's the wrong way, because we would definitely want to go cafeteria side normally. But also, yeah, the rotation is now messed up with 3 people, so it's not your pick on me.
Entering new location.
I think that's
Difficulty
well,
rating.
good.
High value
16
target.
cents.
Or
Engagements for
magazine
nemesis.
on
Room
that.
selected.
Okay, nice.
Difficulty rating. Hard.
Yeah, it's giving a ton of comms each time. Curious to see as well if I get 9 again on this one. This character and the other character had the same amount as well, which is kind of interesting.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Are you still not dead?
Hostile blinder firefly detected.
I'm gonna stick in there. Oh, it's a boss room. That's. I forgot about
You
that
said
part.
it is a boss room.
Console.
I forgot about that it was a boss room. I was like, why is this many enemies spawning on me?
Yeah, goddamn.
That's one of the more common things I will love. You're like into a boss room and you forget that was a boss room. I've done that like dozens of times.
Entering new room.
Then I'm surprised I
rating.
survived that.
Medium. Activating steam hazard
That was a
prototype.
lot of enemies.
I mean, I was blasting my ACS that way.
Hostiles constructing.
Sorry. Just
Hostile
kidding.
spawn
Man.
from highlighted.
You went down. I mean, if you're gonna take cover there, you need to clear that out. Like you can't take cover there with that thing.
Entering.
And yeah, we're fighting Black Tusk. Which is the worst faction.
Needs assistance.
Oh, snap it up.
Serious trauma detected.
Drone active.
Hostile civilian. Hostiles killed one.
Get out of here.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
You did
Agent
one
down.
kill to heal me. Yeah, watch out, my doors. But yeah, save yourself first.
I have bullets. I can fight.
Shit.
You'll likely just get the kill.
Console available.
I have no bullets. Nah, what should I pick? Pummel.
Let's get an extra round. And I'm hoping to get Breathe Free back.
Room selected. Difficulty
Really
rating.
missing it.
Medium.
And the funny thing is, if you have, when running Envy, it's a much better
Hostiles
rotation.
constructing. Hostile
Yeah, it's
spawn
2 door
from
runs on
highlighted
this side.
doors.
I'll take the downstairs one. Take the upper one.
Take my corpse.
Agent down.
Leave that one alive if you can for a sec. Or leave
It-
one of them.
It ran around the corner just as I was reloading.
Yeah. So it usually goes. One of the reasons I actually bullet hell in here is actually a really good talent.
It's
When
one of
we,
the best.
well, when it's in the rotation, which it isn't here.
Console available.
That enemy didn't want to come out of this row.
Supply station available.
Oh, yeah, actually, let's get some
Supply
special.
station as well.
This thing is always just like that's just a shop. It's always somewhere in the loop, basically. Usually third or fourth room. Oh, we have a boss room. Another
Wanna
47.
go bossing?
I mean, always. That's not a question. Past Nemesis, like, there's no reason not to take this and take this 47 and I say that.
And let's go to the other one.
Vote to kick has been started.
Room selected. Difficulty rating. High value target.
Yeah,
Entering new location.
indeed.
Difficulty
You can
rating.
stack Allegro till just the game goes like, I don't know, it's a lot. RPM, a lot. RPM, yes. Spawn that door. Way first.
Stop healing!
I have one med pack, so.
Console.
I keep stopping because I have high velocity rounds on my weapon. It was stuck between the just healing.
Getting your agonizing.
Oh no, it's the arena.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating.
I was like, ooh, another boss room.
And actually getting two in a
It's
loop
a
is
boss
pretty rare.
Hostiles
One
constructed.
person stays on this side.
Hostile spawn
then
from
the two can
highlighted
cross.
doors.
On left side, you get right side.
Yeah. Sounds like a plan. Just watch out for the explosives there. Why do I put shotguns in this thing? It's actually not helpful. I mean, it's kind of helpful, but also I'm trying to hit the head of a shocked enemy. Shockingly hard.
System disrupted.
This medic just toss. What?
System restored.
What a tosser.
An agent needing assistance.
You can't say you're not getting your use out of that high.
Well, I'm just practicing my floor build even in
Yeah.
descent.
Just. Of course, now they come out.
Ow!
You just watch out for that pulse there.
Fucking triple balls in that floor.
Oh wow, yeah, that's a lot.
I didn't even see him throwing the fucking thing. That wasn't fair.
Where did that come from?
Except in the canal.
I have to say the triple bolus grenade is not fair.
Yeah, that was a little much. Some names.
Can we have that kind of grenade? I would like it. And AK. Thank. Okay, it's AK. It's mine. Thank you.
It's giving me. I want to revive our turret or something like that. I want to give it to me. Because I really like turrets for these mid parts. Or actually as well, fire cam. I also like fire cam for these mid parts.
Oh, look at it, it's pretty.
But yeah, let's go get ventilated. Such a fun game, but yeah, I really do enjoy Descent as a. Although, well, like, what was it? At like 2 weeks ago or 2.5 weeks ago or something, we did a loop 40.
Entering new location. Difficulty
Took us like
rating, medium.
way too long. But also after that, I was kind of done with Descent for like a week.
Hostiles constructing. Hostiles
Although I feel that's
spawn
like
from
understandable,
highlighted
right? When
doors.
you've spent like way too much time in it. I like it as a mode, and also, yeah, it has good rewards with reconstructed caches. Down to the max. I think that rusher didn't reach me. It's also very much about breaking the game, like past loop, especially like past loop 10. But I feel this one, this rotation is like the least game-breaking Lee one. It's very much just here, have some good exotics and some good reds, and just, you know, just shoot. But you can
With the loop with the enemy.
yeah. Although, well, Rat as well. Rat I feel is kind of fun with having having braced and steady-handed and going fast-firing LMG and getting full
Extreme
unhinged.
heat signature detected. Room selected.
But I want
Difficulty
AK.
rating, medium. Hostile construction
Nope,
initiated.
not allowed. Export ban.
And I make it my own.
And Hagen salt. I like your double. Typos there.
Vital signs critical.
Really? You gonna murder me?
Agent out of action. Agent killed.
If you can leave one alive, although. Oh, well, yeah.
Go get him.
My legs are trapped.
Always, yeah. Yeah. And I'll let you get back for a second, then I'll kill this. Ready?
Get the hell back.
Always ready.
It's when the narrator comes in and goes. Turns out he wasn't. And I'm just gonna run between these signals. After this one's
Is there a chunk just wandering through the fire in the middle?
Yep. There was also an agent that forgot that it's combustion lab with the combustion thing, and also ran through the for a sec. Let's take. I need
Now
some
I
more
just need the Crusader
preservation.
shield.
And these get more and more expensive, but we have so much saved up anyway. So let's take that extra. So I go to 7 rounds. Oh no, he died. Is the target that bad today? Well, do you mean for playing this mode? I enjoy this mode. Very much not something that
Entering new room.
targeted
Difficulty
matters.
rating.
There's a few zones actually today that can be used, man.
Hostiles constructing.
But now we're
Hostiles
getting.
spawn from highlighted doors.
Well, I'm interested in seeing how many comms we're getting. As there is some weirdness there to be examined. But also we got sidetracked. We got a pretty early double exotic, and we were like, you know what? Let's turn this into a little bit of a deeper run. Let's get Selby his Vindicator and maybe a reconstructed cache. And to be honest, that's not the worst thing.
Online.
One of those things you have to kind of
I am a
first learn a little bit as well and stuff. But once you kind of have the hang of it, I really do enjoy this. It's a good test of a little bit of game knowledge and also just game execution. Let's take servers, just because it's better.
Entering new room. Difficulty rating. Medium.
Okay, so double across and downstairs here. Let me take the downstairs here.
Hostile spawn from
Might be
highlighted
best suited
doors.
to it.
Then up the stairs.
And also that's, you know, that's singularly the reconstructed caches, which are well worth getting. Like, they've actually been really good as well for cleaning out my stash, because we all have a few of those items that are just in the stash. We never use them, but it's just like they're hard to get.
An agent needs assistance.
God damn it.
Serious trauma
Oh,
detected.
watch out on me. Yeah. No, no,
Agent down.
And my game crashed.
Okay, then we'll end it there.
I guess that sounds like a good way to end this run.
Yeah, well, that was all time-wise that works sense. Hey, where's me? Hey.
Agent
I was gonna
vital signs,
spam the...
0.
Can't join mid-run? No. This is... once started, you can only lose access, basically. There was actually a major issue that existed because people could join. We need to wait for Omni to actually delta out.
There we go.
An agent is no longer in your group.
Okay. Thus ends
You know what's
this
really
run.
upsetting? Are you seeing the HP on that purple that was left?
Just a sliver, yeah. But that's actually also not too bad. We weren't gonna reach 20 anyway, which is the next patch, next milestone. But you should have gotten a decent amount of credits out of that, right?
Why must
Yeah.
it always crash into some like position like this?
I mean, yeah. Where else?
Oh, I know the reason, because we got the highest loop with 13.
Yep.
Lucky for some.
Lucky 13.
Facility
you get decent
detected.
level of
Combat
the-
simulation program.
Oh no, for
active.
leveling and stuff, it's not great. Like, I mean, in comparison to a lot of other stuff, it's better than Descent, or it's better than Countdown. Descent is better than Countdown, man. I mean, there.
Ooh,
Tier
it's three
4 and
simulation catches.
yeah. Although, well, the simulation
Why
caches
Shelby is still
aren't
bound, by the way?
aren't the thing. It's the reconstructed. The simulation caches are basically extra field recon. But yeah, I got a reconstructed. But also, so reaching loop 10, there's a
Alert. Intercepting
the-
LMB transmissions.
great thing is also like how far you get more chances at reconstructed caches. But generally, going to like loop 30, you'll get like anywhere between 4 and 7, I think, is like
Glad to see you, Agent.
the numbers we've gotten so far. But that takes a lot longer. And then you also get enough credits or enough NSA tech to get usually another like 5, 6, or 7. So you can get like 10 to 14-ish. out of one run. Going to 30, but going to 30, yeah, at least takes like 4 hours if you're getting lucky. But that may be actually so. Yeah, we have a
I
little
got
bit of
nothing.
yeah. Actually, I think if you crash out, it sometimes doesn't give you anything. Because that time.
Simulation caches, but no reconstruct caches.
Oh, okay, you still got your items, still, right?
Yeah.
Okay, because yeah, that should be fixed. That you don't get anything at all. Because that used to happen as well, which is.
Caches.
Yeah, there we only think, so we would have the 50-50 at Nemesis, and then I think another 50-50 at Loop 10. Sometimes you get them, sometimes you don't. I'm gonna keep this reconstructed cache and not open it this time, at least. It's close enough that... you know, I won't open it accidentally. And I see still SLB got his Vindicator.
Looking for something?
And I was about 16 NSA tech off getting the
Another
reconstructed cache
yeah,
as well.
because I was about to say actually, if you guys are interested, maybe another, because yeah, I have one more character that I want to do a Nemesis run with.
Yeah, I can do one more.
And yeah, we have just enough time because the Nemesis run is gonna take like likely 35-ish minutes. But then let's see
No
that.
longer in a group.
I'm gonna swap characters as well in a second, actually.
Was Dida trying to get in?
But then also, yeah, I was gonna say if Dida, if you want in as well, maybe then we can take you along. Yeah, I'm gonna leave that reconstructed cache. Oh, I need to check first. So yeah, we had 29 on this character. We have now the same +9. Okay. Yeah. So this character also went from 29 to 38. Let's go to the fourth character. The next envy. Yeah. Yeah, whenever envy hits again, I wouldn't mind, especially on third account, I want to go another deep run just to get them. They have now all the permanent upgrades and stuff. I wouldn't mind getting them a few more reconstructed caches.
Safe area detected. Hostile
Whenever you guys are
control point
ready,
nearby.
you have me listed, you can just hop on. Comms 27 for this one. Let's see if we get 9 as well here.
Another agent has joined your group.
Still not displaying you as being online.
No.
Be one of those classic Ubisoft things.
Local power grid compromised. Another agent is now in your group.
A little bit.
Is it actually that loud?
No, but just. But at least I know it's just.
I did turn it down like a 50%.
I don't even need to. Okay. How much delay do I have? Like a few seconds? I don't know. Let's see. I mean, also it's different for Twitch and thingy, but you know what? Let's do. Oh, I think this my stream here is like way behind. Wait, let me refresh it because also sometimes it gets caught up in that. Also, maybe I shouldn't clap that hard into it in front of the mic. I just need something visual, of course. Just 14-ish seconds by the looks of things. Yeah, let's take it in.
Facility detected.
We'll do
Combat
one
simulation
last
program
Nemesis run.
active. Safe area entered.
Oh yeah, actually, I didn't want to make it this. Like, wanted to stitch together that video. But
Shade tech prohibited.
I'll have
Access
time.
denied.
Get some groceries, eat, and then
Deactivating shade protocols.
stitch that together and do
Combat
some work
simulation
stuff, and then
program.
we'll be back online.
Combat simulation program activated.
Guess we're going fire cam.
These choices are kind of bad.
I'm gonna take burn stick.
IKEA, which one? Blinder, reviver, oxidizer?
I mean, blinder is just a good pick. Like blinder is one that you just want.
But what about the oxidizer?
That's one that you don't want. That's the reverse of what we want. Wheelers it is.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating easy.
And I take the fire sticky with the hope of getting a
Constructing
foam.
hostile
That would
combatant.
be nice.
Where's my free talent Vanguard?
Wait, where's the last door? Actually, what? Oh, it's only 2 doors marked, of course.
Console online.
Like looking for a 3rd door, like a dummy.
IKEA is awake.
Barely. Surgical as my free talent, the one I don't really want. You know what? An optimized or 2 isn't too bad. I'll just take it just not to reroll. Don't want to reroll too much. Need those slots.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating easy. Hostile construction initiated.
The same spot. Oh, okay.
Console active.
I guess I'm gonna be the buffer.
After this one, we'll take a little bit of a break. I'll be back in the evening with some more Div 2.
Room selected.
We're gonna jump
Difficulty
onto
rating,
accounts
medium.
2 and just get a few caches out of it by doing
Hostile
Golden
construction
Bullet a little
initiated.
bit. I'm gonna sit up in the middle here and just help out.
Console available. Supply
Getting
station
some of the
activated.
challenges then. And I likely won't use 3rd account. It's getting more optimized. At all this week. Yeah, let's take it with the yellow. At least some of the yellows can be useful. Something.
Room selected. Difficulty rating easy.
I need to figure out actually what time that broadcast is
Hostile
tomorrow.
construction initiated.
It was announced already.
Yeah, but I have no idea. I just need to go have a look and figure it out. I want to see if the
Hostiles
Twitch drops are like global.
Console active.
If it is, I might restream it. If it isn't, I likely won't. It's like, why would you watch it? Like if you're not getting the drops. It's likely why they actually will have drops active.
Would be funny if they mistake something in the Twitch drops.
Would not be the first time, but also like usually they
Room
fix it.
selected. Difficulty rating.
Uh,
High value target.
okay, actually, that's good.
One close.
That's right.
I already came in. You guys should have enough time to get.
Hostiles
Find the other one.
constructing. Hostile spawn from
It's already
highlighted
on the back.
doors.
It doesn't state a time with the news nest. Oh, everybody spawned. Big party. I know. Where's boss again? These guys suck. Yeah, hopefully.
You got an exotic talent.
I mean, yes, guaranteed. Well, guess I'm a glass cannon.
I don't want to pick up the glass cannon.
It doesn't really matter for the Nemesis fight. It's like having 2 extra talents, so it's worth it for the Nemesis fight. But
Okay.
also, like their hits, like if they hit you, that you're going to Hellgate anyway. There's no stopping it. Doesn't matter if you're glass or not. Years into June 10th. How much the blah blah. Okay, more details here.
Fire starter EMP oxidizer. I'll take the gun.
When? Monday, June 10th, during the Ubisoft Forward Post show. What? Do you guys have a? Do you guys Greenwich? Do you guys like ECT? Do you guys CES CET or what? When is it? It's when it's on. When is it on?
They're just gonna.
It's just on when it's on.
At 1 a.m. Right after I can stop streaming.
Yeah, just they'll wait till I stop streaming and then they'll just go. Okay, it's gone. Do it now, quick. Yeah, no wait. There's got to be a date or like a time with this, right? Depending on
Room
the
selected.
let me make sure
Difficulty
it's connected to
rating,
the
medium.
can actually Ubisoft drops it and follow the instruction. Official Ubisoft Twitch account. Okay, so Restream likely doesn't get the drops. So yeah, likely it's not like there's literally not a time on it.
Hostile construction initiated.
Beware, I have a gun.
We'll wear.
Console online.
Okay, it starts 8:30. Wait, but does it say it? Like, or am I blind? Like,
Don't they have it like a schedule in their Twitch thing?
okay, yeah, maybe yes. Should go to the official
Room
Ubisoft Twitch
selected.
account.
Difficulty rating easy.
Schedule. Oh yeah, it's scheduled. No, actually, is it? Oh yeah, 8:30. Okay. Wait, it's scheduled from 8:30 to 10. It's an hour and a half.
It's on the morning?
No, evening. Well, my time, my local time.
I was like, it's in the
so-
morning.
For them to say that the game's cancelled. Wow.
Yeah. We just want to apologize a lot. We're really, we're so guys, we're losing. You're not getting your money back, but we're so, just know that we're so
Hey, I have 2 doors in here.
What's the 2 doors there?
have you considered just like taking some boards and boarding one up?
I would do that if I could.
Yeah, let's take concussion.
It's a red lamp.
Ooh.
We could take it, but
Shame we
we'll
can't.
risk it.
I was going to say, it's a shame we can't go for that one this time.
I mean, we could if we really wanted, but likely would put Nemesis at loop 5, adding like another 10, 12 minutes to the one. Let's just get this done.
Room selected. Difficulty rating easy.
I mean, if we were sitting on like 46% there or something, I'd probably be like, yeah, why not?
Yeah. 2 over there.
Hostile construction initiated.
Someone on this.
here.
And fire cam is really good for these early loops, just because it does go through door boundaries, unlike all of the other stickies and stuff.
Console active. Supply station
Although
activated.
yeah, I'm adding a lot of fire to the to our Nemesis friends. Also, I totally forgot to spend my credits. No, actually I didn't. That's not true at all.
Wait, you guys have red talents already?
Yes.
Room selected. Difficulty rating.
Where are
medium.
mine?
I took them. You can't have them.
I'll be fine if I get AK.
Hostile construction initiated. Console.
I wouldn't mind getting an automatic weapon at some point. Made it worse, not better. 2 rerolls just to take the salvage that I was trying to avoid.
You have taken the
Entering
precise.
location. Difficulty rating. High value target. Hostile construction initiated.
Okay, there are also Twitch drops tied to that stream, so for those interested in those kinds of things, it's just 2 cosmetic masks. Into that kind of stuff. It looks to be, at least from the wording there, that it's just on the mainstream, so you will need to have
Vital signs critical. Agent out of action.
that didn't bounce correctly, but I guess that's
Agent killed.
right. Just murder the Bosch. I got killed by Lombardi. They're doing a really bad job of actually showing what time it was actually.
Maybe they don't want people to come there.
But more likely, if it is starting at 8:30, I might actually just start my stream at that point and restream it, but then also have it like underneath there, like, hey, have the official stream open, otherwise you'll miss it on Twitch dropping. Because you totally want Twitch to drop stuff on you. Y24M06D09 is nice. I've got my skills. So yeah, Y24M06D09. And then we have all our skills as well.
Room
The
selected.
only thing I would trade
Difficulty
for
rating,
is
easy.
either Blinder Firefly or Foam.
Hostile construction initiated.
I'd do a trade in for one of those. I'll take downstairs. Surprised that
Console
reached that guy.
online.
Now this is hard to beat. Wait. Question, IKEA. When did they make an Intimidate 25 meters?
When they added it to here. It's only in here.
Ah.
But in the day, yeah, that's why it works so well with Bloodsucker. But here, if you're pairing it with Adrenaline Rush, like Adrenaline Rush is still 10 meters. Technically, you can also do it with Leadership, but yeah.
I pick it up if I can get it to work.
Well, the thing is, yeah, like with the other one where you have Bloodsucker alongside of it, it works pretty good. But here, I wouldn't say it really works.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating.
Yeah, but I
medium.
remember it being 25 meters.
No, it's normally 10. It's only in here.
Hostile
But it's been that way since they added it.
Would be kinda cool if it was actually open world also.
It's super OP in here. Like, it's one of the best talents in here. Because then, like, Intimidate is a lot. Like, Intimidate by itself is basically as much as Obliterate plus Vigilance. And then if it's working at 25 meters instead of 10, like now the only real limitation for it is that, yeah. Because it's fine giving up the other talent for it. Like if you're going Bloodsucker and stuff. Just because the damage is still good on it, but if now also the range is really large.
Poison gas detected.
They could add something that
Entering
basically,
new room.
if
Difficulty
you fight
rating,
enemies in
easy.
mid-range, it gives you a ball.
Hostiles constructing.
I mean, there's like
Hostile
Obliterate
spawn
and
from
Spotter and
highlighted
Glass that are
doors.
just rangeless.
Well, was like a printed like an Intimidate style of one.
Console active.
I mean, the whole point of Intimidate is that you're intimidating, like you're getting close and
I got Adrenaline Rush.
Because actually, even in here, having Adrenaline Rush plus Intimidate, it can be nice for when, like, the
Oh, boss through.
yeah, but nah.
Room
This but it's at
Embrace.
76.
easy.
We'll need 2 medium, or we'll need 2 easy, 2 medium will get us there, so we'll need 2
Hostile
easy.
Like, yeah,
construction
get our
initiated.
Nemesis number.
What?
Nemesis number.
Nemesis? No.
10%.
Yeah, right. Yeah. It's hard, alright.
It
We
is
had a,
61.
was it
Console
not, maybe not
active.
last run, but the run before that as well.
Oh, now look at the opportunistic high.
Yeah, if you have something to proc it with, it's not a bad.
I mean, I have a shotgun.
I'll stay back
Fire
this time
simulation
and actually stay
activated.
back instead of
Entering new
start
zone.
talking and then
Oh,
rush in.
yours?
High value target.
That's better, does it? So there's one deeper. Is it neither of the right side ones?
Mid right. Mid right.
No,
Close
yeah,
and mid right.
Well, I'll take the close one then. Just watch out, I can't come in hot
Constructing
with it.
hostile combatant.
Yeah.
Although not quickly, so. As you may notice.
That's why it took me so long to find out which one it was.
Yeah. Oh, you got it.
One escaped. They're in the middle.
No. Yeah, I'm in that middle.
There we
so.
go. Yeah.
No eggshell.
Nah, that's like super rare. Like actually what we got there, having 3 XOs by loop 5, is actually super rare. Although annoyingly, this is like the rotation that just has bad XOs. Like when we had that with Envy, we would be like super powerful. Just because most of them are good. Same with Wrath actually, most of them are good. Yeah, I'm gonna take foam. I'm okay with the other 2 weapons. I only need the LMG. The game is just taunting us. We should have just actually picked that boss room and all of the other boss rooms, and then we would have just gone loop 5. But yeah, no, let's not. Let's just keep to this.
You know what's going to happen now? We're not going to get enough easies off this, are we?
Difficulty rating medium.
Yeah.
It's going to be like.
Well, we just need
got through all
2,
of
so it's likely still, but I mean, it's highly likely still. So. But yeah, that does happen. Sometimes you just pick all the lowest difficulties and you just miss out still. That's pretty rare. Though, so.
We're up at 2 waves now, aren't we?
Yes, and also good catch.
Console online.
That works out. Hey, we're going so far the preferred route. Let's see if we get all the way to the boss
Entering
room.
new room. Difficulty rating medium.
I would make more opportunistic if I could.
Constructing hostile combatant.
That on the door.
I'll kill you! What the hell? I'll get it.
Oh, okay, so.
Console active. Supply station activated.
I don't want to do too many reruns, but I don't want preservation that high, but
Not looking good for our chances.
wait, was this a easy?
No, this one was a medium as well.
we're out
This
actually.
is
Yeah,
our 3rd medium.
yeah, we're out of it already actually. So yeah, we should have taken those boss rooms. We know now.
Next time, the game offers you a boss room, you take the boss room.
I mean, generally it's
Hostile construction initiated.
it is actually pretty rare. I think there's like 1 in 10 runs or something that ends up like this. Although they should just change it that you can't at all. Like if you take just the easy rooms, you just get loop 4.
Console available.
Level 5 opportunistic.
Got like level 4 priest or something.
I'm gonna take a brace as well.
Oh, there we go. There's an easy.
But yeah, it's a 98, too
Entering
short.
new room.
We are
Difficulty
too
rating
short.
Easy.
Both the number and the word.
But where is the funny number?
Yeah, it's no longer.
Hostile construction
Oh, yeah, it's 2 down
initiated.
here actually. Somebody can take the other one. And the one back there.
Yeah, we're just playing it like musical chairs. We're all just like running around each other.
Well, luckily for us, there's a chair for everybody. At least now.
For now, until you start taking them out.
Console available.
Have to do a whole other loop. Actually, two streams at once. Bitcoin. I mean, that's. It's always. I sometimes also have multiple streams open, especially when there's music going as well.
Difficulty
One
rating.
person has, or like
High value
both people have
target.
music on, or like more than both even sometimes. It just becomes a mess.
Hostile construction
I'm
initiated.
staying here on it.
Mm-hmm.
Two doors
For a
this one?
shotgun.
Oh, no.
3. So, yeah.
You got
Really, in all of that, I didn't get a salvage. Get a little bit of that.
what the hell?
Well, we'll just see it as an extra chance in the next rally, right? For the boss fight, for the nemesis. Anyway, we're gonna do a whole loop just for 2%. Literally, even one hard room would have been enough. But I'll have to do the whole loop.
I'll take a new shotgun.
One thing is, well, the nemesis skills kind of just like us. Although actually, if you take him at loop 9, or I think loop 8 is now the limit. Somebody calculated that. He is actually much easier. Or they are much easier. Oh, it's like a police one. But they also, yeah, they do skill up, so. But they don't scale as heavily as a player could. Let's take the medium here then. We'll get some extra credits out of it. Also extra red. It doesn't really matter anymore. We tried so hard and we got so far. But in the end, no nemesis on loop 4. Simple that. Usually we shoot that thing before anybody goes
I'm
in.
gonna go down.
Hostiles constructing.
No, even
Hostile
with
spawn
glass,
from
you said that.
highlighted doors.
As long as you're out of combat. If you're in combat, yeah, you don't know. Wait, where we did? Oh. I'll go take the one at the back. Because we do want to each take at the.
I hate this room in this side.
I mean, the thing is, you kind of have to either stick on that door where I was, or because you need to like shoot into the door. You can't be to the sides of the door. That just doesn't work out. Because they can shoot through the door, we can't. For them, the door doesn't exist. So like when it opens up outwards, they can shoot you and you can't shoot them. So you need to be head on the door.
Room selected. Difficulty rating, medium.
2 downstairs, 1 up.
Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
Because also there's the length that we used to actually, like this was the minimum for the Nemesis in the past. But then they reduced it to 4, but then still made it so that wasn't always right. Still would be useful.
Console online.
Yeah, let's get this finished and then I'm hungry. Yeah, let's not take the
I
hard.
could eat something.
Well,
Room
I'm going to
selected.
go eat some.
Difficulty rating,
But
easy.
yeah, I didn't even really have lunch. Because
Hostile
I was like, I'll
construction
stream for like 3
initiated.
hours. And then... you know. But then, of course, the game had different ideas. Hope you like that back massage.
Console online. Supply station activated.
Just a little tickle. Yeah, preservation not really useful for the Nemesis, but I might trigger one of it off of a drone or something. Let's take that one. Just what the hell is? Just easy one as well.
Entering new room. Difficulty rating, easy. Constructing hostile combatant.
But we have the skills and some damage. Could be not too hard Nemesis fight. Although yeah, 3-man scaling. Yeah, maybe 2-man scaling is the sweet spot, but 3-man scaling isn't too hard. But 4-man scaling is generally
Console available.
actually kind of hard. As we found out also last fight.
Level 6, opportunistic.
Nice.
I ain't doing shit in the Nemesis fight.
I mean, also a damage boost to you.
Room selected.
I mean,
Difficulty
yeah,
rating,
but it's...
high value
I'm using a
target.
shotgun.
You just pelt them once and then you have RPK on your back, don't you?
Lowest right, middle right.
All the way on the left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
That might have been too soon if they don't rush out right away.
Fucking loaded!
Hop over there.
No exo.
I guess up to loop 4 is like 5% or something. It's like it's just not gonna happen. And yeah, we're going in with glass. Let's see how much time I spend on my ass, as they say about glass. Gonna take all the extended ammo. And oh yeah, shock rounds, by the way, don't do anything against Nemesis. So they're useless.
Munition.
And that's just because in PTS that was like the strat for them. It's just to use shock
Enter
rounds.
new location.
You got shock
Difficulty
rounds, you would just
rating.
use shock rounds and they would
Nemesis.
just, you would melt through them. Skip cutscene.
Touch.
Nemesis detected.
Nemesis here.
Nemesis detected.
Also gonna see about.
System malfunctioning.
And generally as well, having trauma lets you kill one so quickly. That's
Hostile
super
blind
nice.
firefly detected.
That's why we all love trauma so much.
System reactivated.
Just gonna take the full reload here. Got skills back. One's pushing on the right
one
as
is
well.
close.
Yeah, let's get this close one.
Serious trauma detected.
Murdered.
Agent incapacitated.
Blinder.
Let's focus the one. Well, okay, the one on the right's pushing in. Gonna pop him up.
Vital signs critical.
He took his revenge.
Agent deceased.
Yeah, maybe get me up.
Yeah.
Just rush him there. Should have been much more to the back so that cover was covering me. One second to reload. And usually what we do on the last one is just bum rush it. Especially if we have trauma and stuff. But here as well, we can just... Because I have also stagger rounds. Just keep staggering them.
Simulation terminated.
Once it's 3 on
Collecting
1.
data.
And then if you guys press escape and continue and then accept, exit. And I'll do that one. Actually, what was our time on that one? I think it's likely like 40 something.
38? I think it was 38.
Yeah.
Oh, was it 30? Oh, still fast for a loop 5.
Facility detected.
The game is just
Combat
tossing
simulation program
like at the
active.
person that needs the reconstructed caches the least. It's just tossing all along. Does it either of you gets one? No. Sorry.
However, I can just buy one.
I forgot to not put streamer mode off. Oh, also I forgot to put the global event on. So you can actually get stars for the levels you get here if the global event is on. But that's only like 3 levels. So.
Catch.
But yeah, let's pop all these. Trying my best is not to get that reconstructed cache. Because So it doesn't give me anything
Well,
anymore.
now you can get more on Tuesday.
Yeah, I'm just gonna save them for then indeed.
Really, I got a stage left blueprint out of all the blueprints that I could have got.
Yeah, now you can finally get all of those stage lefts.
Yes, for all of those stage left builds that I have.
Exactly.
Thank you, Agent. I appreciate the business.
Also, wait, is there actually a gift on this vendor this week? Oh, actually, yeah, there's a headshot gift on the countdown vendor. Yeah. That's what everybody was talking about. Here, I was thinking about the DZ9 vendor more than the countdown vendor. But yeah, we'll leave it there. I'm actually gonna load up a build here on this character just so they're not on 5 pieces in negotiator. But yeah, thanks guys. I'm gonna hop off the voice here before I hang around too long. But
Yeah, I'm gonna go put some food in as well.
yeah,
But the most important thing is the
They got Alex!
well, we did get Alex multiple times. Alex got us as well in the end. So yeah, you guys have fun. It was fun having you guys along, and
You boys in a bit.
yeah, and catch you later.
Bye.
right hours.
That's it. How about it there? What is that career on the countdown? It is repair damage, which is yeah, neither of the stats you need for it.
Agent,
But
you
courier is easy to farm. It's one of the ones that drops a lot. So I actually have even more reconstructed caches now for next season, because also I have a bunch in my mailbox saved up from other times. So I have 13 in here, and I have a further 3, so I have 16. Hopefully it's not more than 16 blueprints, although actually I like having something to grind for. It's never it's never a bad thing. Although, well, I will continue on the descent grind on account number 3. But for now, yeah, I'm gonna go find somebody to raid on the Twitch end, and then I'll be back later this evening, likely just a normal time at around 9ish. I will start again, which is like 3 hours 40 minutes from now. Let's see who's up and who's doing things. Yeah, let's send people over to Cali Cowboy. He's in division as well, and they're doing. Their title says title duo, so likely that. And yeah, we'll send everybody over there. Enjoy, and I'll be back in the evening. And we'll also stitch together that video we put it up earlier, and likely try to get that up before this evening, but I might not. Depends on how lazy I am and how much I feel like making and making the thumbnails and the description and stuff. But yeah, let everybody over there enjoy, and I'll be back in the evening. And as always, as I'm waiting for the timer to say as always, have a good day.